There we go.
Yep.
Okay,
Okay.
we seem to be live. Just before the CAO takes over the chair and manages the meeting, I wanted to formally welcome Councillor Comfort back to her into her role as a sitting councillor. It's been a long time without you, Councillor, and I'm really, really happy to have you back. And I'm really happy, also very, very happy to know that you're feeling so much better.
Woohoo! Yeah, excellent. Welcome back. Oh, we can't hear you, Councillor Comfort. Might just have to turn your speakers on. No. You're unmuted, but you must have a speaker button that you need to turn on. Well, we'll get started while you work on that. So I'd like to call the Finance Committee for Thursday, January 7th, 2021 to order. And there's 3 items on the agenda. Has everybody had a chance to just look at that one-page agenda? Most of the materials are in your budget binder. Okay, I will, are there any additions or changes to the agenda? Ms. Rogers, those 3 items are all we're discussing this morning?
That's correct, yeah.
Okay, so I will move that the agenda be adopted as presented. Those in favor? And, okay, Councillor Comfort disconnected for a moment there, but that has carried unanimously. And so we will just move right into the operating budget detailed review, and I'll let Ms. Rogers kick us off.
Okay, thank you. I'll just share my screen. Can you see the presentation okay?
Yes, we can.
Okay, and just a reminder, if you do have any questions or comments, please feel free to jump in. It's difficult to see who may have their hand up, and Ms. DeSoto, if you can help manage that as well, that would be great.
We'll do that, yes.
Okay. So today we will be reviewing the operating budget in detail. We'll go through the corporate services, municipal services, and municipal infrastructure areas for 2021. And then I'll do a higher level overview for the plan for 2022 and 2023. We'll have a chance to talk about the COVID contingency, what we've included in that, and where we need some decision points from council. And then I'll walk you through the tax stabilization reserve, just to let you know what's happening there, where we're starting, and where we anticipate ending with that reserve in 2023. And then we'll have a quick discussion on partners and affiliates. We do have time booked today if you wish to get into some debate or discussion. So again, please feel free to jump in as you have questions or comments. Sorry, I'm just trying to get there we go. Oops, sorry, I'm just on another. So this budget that you'll see today is really a business as usual type of a budget. COVID has had a significant impact on the preparation of this budget, and council's strategic priorities have been included. We will walk you through changes in the department budgets and also outline for you which items have been removed or reduced. And just to flag, across the organization, all departments have reduced their budgets in training, education, travel, conferences, and hosting and supplies. Also included in this budget is a cost of living increase of 1.2%. That rolls up to a total of $211,000. I just flag it for you because it's distributed in the salary, wages, and benefits lines in each department. So you won't see that as a single line item in the review we have today. Go ahead, Mayor Borman.
I'm sorry, what was the percent you mentioned for COLA?
1.3.
Thank you.
And that's the June over June calculation of the Calgary CPI. Okay, so I will review general municipal in a bit more detail than the rest of the organization, as the numbers are more significant and the items can be somewhat more complex. So we'll start at that higher level and then work our way through the departments. So the first item we'll look at in general. Yep.
Sorry to interrupt. Is there, shall we be following along in the binder? Is there, is it?
Sure. This is page 5 of 7 in section 4.
In section 4. Perfect. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, go ahead.
Just one sec. Yes. Oh, you know what? Oh my God, I can't believe I did that. Okay, I have a slightly different roll up here than you'll be looking at, but I'll just pull my piece of paper out and we'll follow along with that instead. So sales and rental revenue represents the increase to franchise fees. What I've highlighted for you here is the variance. So you'll see that the budget 2020 and budget 2021 numbers matched what you have on page 5 of your report. And then I've added the variance column here for you. So the variance of $552,000 in the sales and rental area is the increase to franchise fees. And we spoke about that in greater detail on Tuesday. Next item is grants, and you see a slight increase there of $13,000. And we have updated the grants here to represent the actual MSI, Municipal Sustainability or Infrastructure Grant funding that we get from the province. So we've just adjusted to the actual amount that we received in 2020. When we look at transfers and other, this is really the transfer from the tax stabilization reserve to offset the COVID contingency. There's a very minor, as you see, just over $2,000 other variance, but this is the $600,000 that we'll be looking at for the COVID contingency. It comes into general municipal as a revenue source, and then below in the expenditures section under other, you'll see it as an expense. So it nets to zero, but we do need to represent it somewhere within the budget. Moving into expenditures, on the salary, wages, and benefits side, the most major adjustment represented here in general municipal is what we call a salary market adjustment bucket of money. And so we have put $75,000 into this budget line to allow for adjustments to the town's pay grids to maintain fair and equitable pay for our employees when they're compared to other municipal employees. So part of our regular process, as identified in the employee pay policy, is to conduct salary surveys with our comparator municipalities, and then to determine what adjustments might need to be made to our pay grid to maintain equity with those salary comparators. And this $75,000 represents that amount. Then there are a couple of other sort of ins and outs that adjustments to various salary items that bring that number down to the 30,000. But really the bulk of that line is that salary market adjustment. I can pause there if there are any questions, or I can just keep going. Nope, looks good. Okay. In admin and general services, Chelsea spoke to this on Tuesday, but we are anticipating an increase in our insurance costs. And that really is made up of two things. One is that we have more assets, so we have to have more insurance. But the other piece is that we really are seeing insurance premium increases across the industry. And this $59,000 represents that. On the borrowing side, again, I think Chelsea mentioned this on Tuesday. We are taking debt for the Cougar Creek flood retention structure, which increases our borrowing costs by $189,000. But the debt we had for Main Street and 7th traffic lights comes off the books. And so the net change is this $130,000 that you're seeing. When we move to other, this is the COVID contingency I was speaking about. So you'll remember up above in the revenue section, we had $600,000 coming in to general municipal as revenue from tax stabilization. And then this is the COVID contingency expense side. So again, those two net to zero. On the transfer to capital piece, council direction has been that 5% of taxes should be transferred to capital in any given budget year. And we had held that number steady at $960,000 for quite some time. And this additional $250,000 really represents an actual 5% of today's current taxes, rather than keeping it at what was 5% of taxes several years ago. Okay, and then, whoops. Finally, we have the transfer to reserves. And again, Ms. Richardson spoke to this a bit on Tuesday, but just with the numbers here, I will just walk you through the various items, because as with most of these budget lines, there are a number of things that contribute to that total. The first is that we've reinstated the $1.225 million in transfer to capital that we took out of the budget in 2020 to address COVID and get the tax rate to the 2019 level. So $500,000 of that goes to general capital, $725,000 goes to the asset rehab and replacement. Then, per the long-term financial strategy, we have increased the amount that we contribute to asset rehab by $200,000. We have a further direction in the long-term financial strategy to be putting money aside for our flood mitigation structures. So that's an additional $50,000. Then we've seen a franchise fee increase to the asset rehab and replacement reserve of $642. And finally, the franchise fees that we're putting towards sustainability, which round us out at this $2.19 million. Just pausing, okay.
Yeah, so that's a lot of numbers. But as you say, Chelsea did walk us through that on Tuesday.
And we'll talk about that again next Tuesday as we speak more about capital, because again, most of what's happening here in these transfers to reserves is about transfers to capital.
And so, Therese, all of those individual numbers, did we make available Chelsea's presentation from last Tuesday? Is it in the council folder people can print off?
I will confirm with the municipal clerk that she has put it there. Also, page 3 of 7 in section 3 is the operating summary verbiage, I guess. And so we explain these numbers can all be found in that higher level description and also in the budget summary table that which is what Chelsea had walked through on Tuesday.
Okay, great. Thank you.
So it's all there in the binders. Okay.
Yes.
So on the general municipal side, we did remove employee performance pay from that budget, and that was $150,000. There's also a minor administrative correction that we made. So in the final version of your budget, you'll see a slight $25,000 difference, decrease in salary, wages, and benefits, and increase in professional fees. We just had a coding error that I had put in incorrectly. So I just mentioned it in case you see that slight change moving forward. But around performance, again, as Richardson spoke to that on Tuesday, and we have talked about it with you before, but just given what's facing our community and the employees and residents in our community now, administration felt taking performance out of this budget was the appropriate thing to do. That would be an option for council to choose to reinstate if you wish. There will be a number of those as we go through. So we wanted to just flag them for you as what's been taken out of the budget. Mayor Borman.
Thanks. Ms. Rogers, if you could go back to your last slide, please. The numbers besides salary, wages, and benefits, could you remind me exactly what those numbers represent?
So what the largest impact of that number and why you see that decrease of what looks like $570,000 is because we budget slippage for the organization in general municipal. And so the costs for individual employee salary, wages, and benefits are found within each department. And they are based on the fact that the position will be full for the entire year. But as we have turnover or transition in positions, we see vacancy in positions and we're not spending those salary, wages, and benefit dollars. We make assumptions about that and do that as a lump sum in general municipal. So that's really the main reason that has dropped as that has.
Great. So the number under 2019, the 168,000, that represents the actual increase in salaries, wages, and benefits for that year.
Correct. Yeah.
And then for 2021, we're projecting a decrease of 570.
Yeah. Thank
you.
Yeah. It does even out over the whole organization. So if you look at page 2 of 57 in section 4. You'll see what we're anticipating that full roll up of salary, wages, and benefits to be at the end of the year. And I don't know if that's clear or not. That does then account for the departmental costs as well as what we have in general municipal here.
Yeah, no, that's great. I'm following you now. Thank you.
Okay, great. Okay, so on the council budget side, of course, you all know that you have a departmental budget as well. And we just wanted to walk you through that. We have had general reductions to reflect the lack of ability to have in-person work. So that has impacted some of the training, hosting, and conferences lines. The per diems amount has been adjusted to reflect the actual costs in 2020. Making the assumption that you will likely attend a similar number of in-person or virtual meetings and that those costs are likely to be similar. Elected official budgets have also been reduced to $2,000 for each of you, down from $4,600 for council and $6,000 for the mayor. And then you'll see in 2022 and 23, those numbers come back up. Hosting has also been reduced again to reflect that lack of in-person meeting. And we have reduced in this budget as well the event support that is provided to Canada Day and Heritage Day. So Canada Day support has been reduced to $5,000 from $10,000, and Heritage Day support budget has been removed in 2021 and then reinstated in future years. Any questions about your budget?
Go ahead, Councillor Comfort.
My sound's not working. Can you hear me?
Oh, yes, we can now. Yeah.
Oh, wow. I just wanted, by Heritage Day, does that mean that there won't be any support for the Folk Fest, or is that a different line item?
The Folk Fest support, and Ms. Rogers, please supplement, is really in our operational budgets. So we don't support them financially, but we do support them with our Parks Department, our Streets and Roads and Solid Waste Services departments, and of course, Arts and Events. But those support lines are within those departmental budgets.
Okay, so that support will continue to happen.
Should the Folk Fest, well, I think we will talk about events, and certainly Ms. Cottle or Ms. Smithers can jump in here because
I'm happy to. Just
yeah, go ahead.
On Heritage Day, I believe the support for Heritage Day is for the pancake breakfast. And at this time, there will be no pancake breakfast, just like there was last summer, right? So that Heritage Day event is not event support for the Folk Fest. It was just support for funding the pancake breakfast.
Okay, thanks.
So that's completely separate. And the pancake breakfast is not run by the Folk Festival. It is its own group who put that on. So the Folk Fest partners, but it's not their event. So event support for groups like the Folk Fest or what happens in September, the Highland Games, that's completely separate, and I will discuss as part of the Arts and Events Department update. But this Heritage Day is just the pancake breakfast. That's all.
Okay, thanks.
Did you have a question, Ms. DeSoto?
I was just going to speak to a letter of request we got, and I'm not sure if I actually ever forwarded it to you, Therese, but the Rotary, actually I'm going to look to Mayor Borman. We received a letter of request regarding the pancake breakfast. Was it for Heritage Day or Canada Day? And we did commit to discussing that during budget deliberations. So maybe I'll just make a note to find that letter. It was addressed to Mayor and Council, I believe. And at the time for 2020, we had reduced our support, and they were asking that we reinstate it for 2021. So there are some funds in the budget, but they're reduced from previous, years. And I think, from my perspective, any kind of crystal ball we have right now, would just be speculation as to what we will be able to deliver on. So I'm not sure if council wants to have that discussion now or at a later date.
I would suggest we introduce that, if at all, at a later date, once we have a better sense of the overall budget and what other changes are being proposed that council may support. As you mentioned, the Rotary Club, who sponsor the Canada Day breakfast, had written a letter asking if they could count on the full amount of support that they've had in previous years. And I did reply to reassure them that there would be some ability to consider that. But at this point, we had initiated a reduction in the council budget, which was where those monies resided. In the same context as you're suggesting, Ms. DeSoto, I would say that it's pretty unlikely there'll be a Canada Day parade this year, honestly. So I think it'll be a moot point, but we can certainly introduce that later on in the budget process.
Okay, Councillor Comfort?
Yeah, I have another question, and I apologize if some of these questions have already been answered during my absence, but it just occurred to me as we go along. Has there been any kind of comparison of costs for Zoom meetings versus in-person meetings?
That's a great question. So we all have Zoom memberships. My Zoom membership costs about $25 a month, but I haven't looked at what that kind of Zoom cost is or how that is impacting the organization across all departments. Ms. Rogers, I'm not sure if that's something that we've looked at.
We haven't done the analysis of Zoom cost compared to in-person meeting. We have been coding all of our Zoom expenses to the COVID contingency budget, both throughout 2020 and anticipated moving forward through 2021. What we have seen is, and we intentionally put reductions in for in-person meetings, hosting, travel, but we haven't done a comparison. Is that something that you would find helpful?
We don't have any choice really in doing it, so we wouldn't
Correct.
Stop doing the Zoom meetings.
Right.
And the Zoom meetings work well enough for sure. But I was just curious to know,
Yeah.
how much that is, and there's no rush to get that information.
Yeah, and interestingly, in-person meetings don't add costs other than, I suppose, any kind of power or heating costs that we weren't already using because we're turning up the heat in council chambers or something. So I don't think there's added cost, for example, at all in having in-person meetings.
Yeah, for some meetings, if they were all day or extended into an evening period, we did sometimes provide food. If the meeting didn't have breaks to allow people to leave to get a break. So those costs we're certainly not seeing, and that's where we've seen a reduction in our hosting budget.
Right.
And I think we had reduced those things in the past already, is my
Correct.
recollection. So
Yes,
we're pretty thrifty.
Right.
we are very thrifty, yes.
Councillor Seeley and then Councillor Sanford.
Yeah, we might get into the debate later about Canada Day, but I thought the intent was to get back to the Rotary Club to say that the budget's been reduced to $5,000, because if Canada Day did happen, it would be a reduced event. And
Yeah, we did that.
Okay, all
We
right,
already did that. Yeah, but we said we would discuss at budget time as well.
sure, okay.
As I mentioned, Councillor Seeley, I wrote the Rotary Club with that information.
Okay.
Councillor Sanford?
Getting back to that Zoom conversation, what a lot of my colleagues have been noticing in other committees is that people are scheduling more meetings now because they're easier. So I don't know if that may affect per diems. I'm just saying that if councillors are attending more meetings because it's easier to attend meetings, their per diems might be affected. So we'll have to see.
Yeah, and we can certainly monitor that. We did make the plan for 2021 based on the actuals that we've been seeing in 2020. And so would assume potentially a similar level. Yeah, but certainly if that changes dramatically, we can circle back to that.
Yeah, and per diems are down in 2020 compared to previous years.
Yeah, I was just going to jump in on that. Of course, since I approve all of per diem claims every couple of weeks, I see all of the per diem claims, and they're not greater than usual. And as the CAO suggested, I would think that they're actually lower than what we would consider the norm.
Mr. Irwin just messaged me that what we've got in the budget is the 2019 actuals. And so I think we'll be good there. Typically those would increase year over year. And if we've put in the 2019 actuals, that is a decrease from what we might have had in 2021 and would account for some potential increases if you see them, as Councillor Sanford mentioned. So I think we should be covered.
Okay.
Okay.
Moving on.
So moving on to corporate services. So I'll let you know page numbers. That is what page? Well, we're going to talk about the executive office, which is page 7 in section 4. But just wanted to flag for you what we have included in this section is the executive office, which is comprised of the CAO's office, communications, municipal clerk. And then we also have the human resources, finance, and IT budgets in this next piece that we're going to be reviewing. And the theme in the corporate services area.
How's the question, Ms. Rogers?
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Oh, it's okay, and thanks. I had a question. I don't know if somebody had asked it prior, because I know I've shown up late. In previous years, when departmental budgets were presented to us, it would show like how many FTEs per department there were. I know that that's missing in this year's package. Was that on purpose, or is there?
Yes. Yeah, we actually don't have any new FTEs, or very few planned in this budget, and wanted to have that conversation if we had it around the specific positions or services that we are providing. What we found in previous years is that we've actually created some confusion for council by rolling our casual or part-time hours into an FTE figure, and it sort of misrepresents that we have more people. And I see Mayor Borman nodding. We got quite into this discussion around fire last time, where we were really just trying to show council that we'd seen an increase in call volumes and response, and then it looked like we added 4 firefighters. And so we found it to be not a helpful way to represent that data, but we're certainly happy in any of these departments to have that discussion. And then you will see a summary towards the end of this about new positions or new services.
Okay, thank you very much.
Mhm. Okay, so the theme in corporate services really continues to be around business transformation, with a focus on improving efficiency and processes to try to make the work that we're doing faster, better, more efficient, and easier for our customers to access. And the work that happens within this group really has positive impact across the organization. Essentially, the corporate services teams support the other departments that often have a more direct face with the customer. So in the executive office area, and again, that roll up includes CAO, communications, and the municipal clerk's office. There are four things, I guess, that I wanted to flag for you as being new. We have redeployed 2 positions in our arts and events department, one of them to communications and the other to economic development, which Ms. Cotta will speak to later. So you'll see a slight adjustment in the salary, wages, and benefits, reflecting that position has been redeployed to communications. And then there are a couple of other general adjustments to the overall salary budget for that whole group. We have also included, and this was per your direction at the last budget cycle, the citizen satisfaction survey. And that's for $19,000 in 2021. Also within the communications budget is mycanmore.ca, and you'll recall that Ms. Dinaj launched that this fall and had a bit of a demo for you for council. And then finally, we have the non-optional municipal and that you'll see is a budget increase actually in the municipal clerk area of $28,000. So those are items to flag for you as being new or different from what may have happened in the past. And then on the removed or reduced side, really was general reduction. General reductions across the board. Any questions about that grouping of departments? So again, this would be an option for council if you wish not to have a satisfaction survey. That's something that you could direct us. Go ahead, Mayor Borman.
Thanks. And I wasn't putting my hand up to speak about that. I really think it's important to do the citizen satisfaction survey, particularly in an election year. The question I have, a couple of questions. So I'm thinking to last year's budget approval and the in-house legal position that council approved, which we haven't been able to fill for a number of reasonable reasons. But where does that sit in this year's budget?
That sits in salary, wages, and benefits. So the plan is to fill that position. And then there is still an amount in contracted services, as we had described when bringing that position forward, that there will still be, for very complex legal cases, a need to have some external legal support. Yeah, and so that's part of that adjustment that you see to salary, wages, and benefits. We have the communications position. We've also adjusted that legal counsel position for reflecting what we think it should be paid in this 2021 cycle.
Okay, great. So it's sitting there waiting to be activated. The other question is higher level.
Correct.
So the salary, wage, and benefit line for executive office from 2019 to 2021 is up about $500,000. Can you give us a breakdown on what's informing that?
Not off the top of my head, but I'll ask my phone a friend, Mr. Irwin, to pull that together for me.
A big chunk of that, well, it's $500,000. Well, so you're going from 1.3 to 1.74, I guess. And so there is the legal position, because that wouldn't have been in 2019 actuals. And 2019 actuals would include any slippage that we had there. So I'm trying to think that is when we were hiring a new GM. So we may have had some salary savings in just departure of Mr. Fark and the hiring of Ms. Smithers within that department. But yeah, we can provide you with that full accounting between actuals and budget.
And that would just be helpful for my understanding. To your point, actual is different from budget, and the budget for 2020 was, well, there's only about $100,000 increase from on the anticipated budget 2020 versus budget 2021. But yeah, if there's a chance to just provide an overview of the change from the actual in 2019 to the budget 2021, that'd be great. Thanks.
Yeah, the other thing that comes to mind is just in 2019, we had 2 new positions added, right? We had the executive office position added that Sarah Jones occupies, and then also a communications position added. And so it would have taken a partial part of the year in 2019 to hire those positions. But again, we would have had the full budget for those positions in 2020.
In 2020, yeah, and the minister was confirming that was with solicitor and admin assistant, and also the GM of corporate services.
Yeah. Okay.
So yeah,
Right. So the takeaway is that the budget of 1.7 reflects changes that have occurred since the actual 2019 was arrived at.
correct.
Okay, I think we can move forward. I don't have any other questions.
And moving on to human resources. On the new side here, we do see an increase in contracted services of $32,000. And this represents some new modules for our human resources system, Dayforce, that will allow us to improve efficiency across the organization. And there are 4 modules that we're looking at here. One is document management, which we require in order to maintain our employee files. Those files can't be stored effectively in Town Square, as that requires individual access setup each and every file. And that type of security actually look at an employee file already exists within Dayforce. So a manager is able to see the files of the employees in their area. A supervisor can see the files of the people that report to them. So it's a much greater efficiency for us to use Dayforce for that information than to try to move Town Square. So our current performance review process, sorry, my mouthful, and also allow for some metrics for us. So currently our performance management process is all manual. We have a form, we fill in the form, we scan the form after we sign the form, then we save the form. This would all happen within Dayforce, again, creating efficiency and time savings across the organization. The third module that we're looking at is dashboards and analytics, which really would allow us to get better access to payroll information within Dayforce. And as our single biggest expense, being able to better analyze what's happening with payroll, what's happening with overtime, what trends we might see, we feel is really a value added and can continue to have positive impact moving forward. The final module that we're looking at is one about compensation, which really automates the compensation process and employee letters that we generate annually, but manually, individually for each person. And so again, the system allows the automation of what's currently a manual process that takes actually several days to complete. On the education and training side, we are currently completing a review of leadership roles and responsibilities. That was a recommendation from the organizational review and part of our business transformation process. And this increase in education and training is really to support leadership development that we expect as an outcome of the recommendations. And we're expecting to have those recommendations by the end of this first quarter, and then would have the opportunity to action some of those items moving forward. And we'll certainly bring more information to council once we've completed that work, but we're just in the midst of doing that now. Then on the removed or reduced side, the number here is a little bit bigger than in some of the other areas. And so I just wanted to flag a couple of items. So we have done general reductions like all other departments have, but the human resources team is revisiting our employee events model and really trying to understand what fits our current organization, both given the size and this work remote, and really how we can best recognize employees in this environment. But we have removed specifically the holiday party, given that there is actually not a venue in Canmore large enough to host an event our size. That's been removed. Other item that's been taken out is external health and safety audit. That $8,500 of that amount. We have now audits in 21. We're able to do that health and safety audit internally. Moving forward though in 2022, we are required to do an external audit again, but we did see that savings in the 2021 human resources budget. Any questions about that group?
You did cut out a little bit there, but I think.
Oh, okay.
That's okay, but I think I caught most of that. So all of the travel, conferences, education, that 37,000 reduction would show up. Is that in admin and general services?
Mm-hmm.
So there are some increases then there as well, because there's
a combination of
increases and reductions. Okay.
Yeah.
And it does show.
It says the combination of those two. Yeah.
On the salary, wages, and benefits line, it does show a year-over-year budget reduction.
Yeah, it's just the actual adjustment of wages for existing employees.
Okay, so there's no change in FTE count there at all.
Correct. Yep.
So just to maybe expand on that answer, is that, you know, we budget for a position at a certain rate, or we have it in there based on an incumbent employee who then leaves, and we hire in a different employee who comes in at a lower budget. So sometimes those things happen in the salary, wages, and benefits lines, where we then correct the budget the next year based on the actual employee that's in that position. And I think that's what you're referring to there, Ms. Rogers. Okay.
Yeah, we had a slight restructure in that area. So can you hear me? Okay, can you hear me okay now, or?
Yeah, you just, I think your internet is a little bit spotty, so sometimes you.
Yeah, I was going to ask if there was a chance that at the next break you would be able to come in and Zoom from the office here.
Okay.
Well,
sorry about that. Yeah.
No,
I could go into council chambers then.
I think we're
okay.
Because once your corporate services is done, we'll be hearing from Ms. Cottle and Ms. Smithers quite a bit as well. So, okay, you can carry on, Therese.
Yeah. Okay, so for finance and common services, the change that you see here in salaries, wages, and benefits, it's a decrease. And that really reflects that we are providing assessment services by contract. And that still shows as a change in this budget, because the original plan had been to bring that service in-house. And so what you see here is a decrease in salary, wages, and benefits, and then an increase correspondingly in contracted services. And that really just reflects that shift in direction. So rather than doing assessment services with our own employees, which we determined to be not possible, we have that assessment services contract. Yeah. Okay, then we also see in this area some savings that have resulted from IT enhancements, and not sure why, but historically always our phone charges, both for landlines and for cell phones, have been recorded in common services rather than in the IT budget. So you'll see savings in this section, and then some slight increases in the IT budget, but they actually align together. So you'll maybe recall that we are moving to Microsoft Teams as our phone calling system. And that has saved us about $45,000 in costs for landlines. Okay. We also completed a printer upgrade in this year, and we are seeing cost savings both as a result of the contract that was negotiated, but we're also seeing in general less printing because of the remote work that's going on. So there are some savings there as well. And then on the cell phone side, we have some savings. The IT team completed a thorough audit of all town issued cell phones and was able to cancel a number of those contracts. So we've got that general savings included here. Any questions about finance and common services?
I don't see any.
Okay. All right. So then we move over to IT. And so again, there are some increased costs with Microsoft Teams calling, which are license costs, but we've offset those with the savings on landlines that I just reviewed in the finance side. So it looks like a $31,000 increase here, but that was offset with savings in finance and common services. In general, Microsoft licensing costs have been increased, and it's not really an option for us not to do that. Certainly minimally required for remote work, but Microsoft is the operating system that we do all of our work on. And so as those costs increase, we just need to, it's a license fee that we need to pay. We have had a couple of budget corrections take place in this year. This is the first budget that our current manager of IT has completed. And we just had a couple of items that had been missed historically that we have expense. And that is the operating impact of several software systems was not captured in previous budget years. So Town Square, CityView, which is our planning system, and Intelli, which is our recreation software system. The ongoing maintenance costs, annual maintenance costs of those captured in the operating budget. So we've made that correction here. We have also gotten some new software, which is to enable online forms to improve our efficiency. And so that's represented in this amount as well. Just reflects the reality of what we're doing today.
Great, Teresa. I also see that the same question I had for HR is true in IT as well, that salary budgets are lower. And again, that is just, we had a couple of incumbent IT positions leave, and then those who came in at a lower level in the pay scale. Is that essentially what's happened there?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
They really restructured that department. You'll recall we had a supervisor, now we have a manager, and then how those positions are laid out within the team really changed from 2019, which is where you're seeing that bigger difference. So yeah, because again, the budget in 2020 wouldn't have reflected what actually happened there. What you're seeing, you see that after a year lag. Yeah. And
I'm assuming as we go through all of these departments, we're going to see the same reduced travel, conferences, training, hosting, etc. in almost every department.
You will, yes.
And yeah. I know you're going to address 2022 and 2023 in later this morning, but is the intent to bring those back to pre-COVID levels in 2022 and 2023?
Yes, we have. We're making the assumption that we'll be in a post-COVID environment for this plan that we've put together for 2022 and 2023. And so some areas that have been significantly reduced do bounce back a bit. We don't go back to completely pre-COVID levels. You may recall that we often have budgeted more in those areas than we have tended to use. We're really trying to right size those budget amounts. The overall reduction in 2021 across the organization in all of these areas rolls up to $200,000. So we won't identify for you each at the department level.
Okay,
wanted you to know that those savings do exist across the organization, which is about a 1% tax increase, right?
Okay, so yeah, just that number across the entire organization was 200 and what? I didn't quite.
A reduction of $260,000.
Okay, thank you.
That's interesting to note that it's approximately 1% tax impact to just that reduction.
Yeah. And so that is not something
I
that's
would flag that, yeah, I don't think those types of reductions, the budgets that we have in there now, I don't think are sustainable for the future. They're absolutely appropriate given the year that we're in, and particularly if you look at the inability to travel. And but moving forward, that type of professional development is for many of our professional positions and for others necessary in order to keep our staff able to function at the level that we need them to. So not a recommendation we would make over the long term.
okay. Great.
All right, that brings me to the end of municipal services, corporate services, and then I would turn it over to Sally to review municipal services. I'm not sure when you wanted to fit a break in. We certainly do have time for breaks, but maybe after municipal services is done might be a good time to
Councillor
do
Seeley,
that. I don't know, or if people need a 5-minute, yeah.
Therese, sorry, Councillor Seeley had requested a break at 11 a.m. this morning.
Okay.
So that would be after 2 hours. So we'll try to accommodate him in that. He has a webinar he has to attend to at that time.
Okay. All right, so we will carry on. So after municipal services, Ms. Smithers will walk you through municipal infrastructure, and then you'll circle back to me for 2022 and 23 and some of the other discussion. So I will stop sharing my screen and move that over to Sally.
Thanks, Therese. Looks to me like you've stopped sharing, so hopefully this works. Yeah?
Yeah.
I'm assuming, same as Ms. Rogers, that if you have questions, you'll stop me because it's really hard to see everyone once you're in presentation mode, as you know. So feel free to jump in at any time. So just as a reminder, the departments in municipal services are economic development, which includes that department and arts and events, community social development, which has an administrative department, our FCSS and FRN areas, recreation, which is broken out in a variety of sub areas, but I'm really going to just talk about the roll up today, and then protective services, which is RCMP, bylaw, and fire. In terms of the 2021 budget, all of the departments are reduced overall from the 2020 budget, with the exception of 4: economic development, the FRN, the RCMP, and bylaw. And so I'll explain why those departments have increases in this year as we move through them. So I'll start with economic development, which is page, I believe, 15 in tab 4 of your binder. And I wanted to start by talking about staffing and arts and events, which Ms. Rogers referred to briefly in her presentation as well. So we have 4 staff in our arts and events department, a supervisor plus 3 staff, 2 who deliver events and 1 in arts. And as Ms. Rogers explained, 2 of them are currently seconded through to economic development and communication through funding until the end of March. And we are going to continue that into 2021. So 1 will be in economic development throughout the year to help with a capital project implementation that we'll talk about next week. And another will stay in communication through the end of 2021 or until the end of COVID. So as explained, the salaries for those staff have been moved into those new departments for 2021. So it'll show as a reduction in arts and events and an increase in those 2 departments. And then in 2022, we'll move back to the way it was for 2020. But we thought this was really important to do because it keeps those staff in and as part of the base budget, but it helps us be clear about where we're actually spending in 2021. So in economic development, one of the reason why this department's budget has increased for this year is simply because of the moving of that staff person in. So this is one of the odd times. This department is completely funded through the business registry, and it always nets out. This year, it actually doesn't net to zero because there is this additional salaries, wages, and benefits brought in that is not funded through the registry. So it will be a blip and an odd year. And then in 2022, it'll go back to being net neutral. But there is some increased revenue projected this year based on business registry actuals, and then funding of TCK. So in 2020, we came to council with one-time funding for them. And then that's been added into the budget based on 12% of the business registry. There's that secondment. And then again, the budget will rebalance again in 2022. And they've made reductions on several lines in that department based on some of the things Ms. Rogers talked about, travel and conferences and education, and advertising as well.
Excuse me, Sally, could you explain the 12% of business registries? Was that identified in the bridging document? Was that part of the council?
Yes.
Yes, okay. Thank you.
Okay. Then in arts and events, what's new is nothing. So they have planned for a full New Year's Eve. So the assumption has been made that by New Year's Eve of 2021, we will be out of COVID. And so the budget plans for a full 2021 New Year's Eve. But pretty much everything else in this department is reduced significantly. I mean, it's a small department budget overall, but this is one of the many departments in municipal services that really crimps pennies to deliver a lot. So reductions are significant in this department and really will be felt. There is some small revenue that we get from event support, and that's been reduced on the assumption that there will be less town event support. All of their expense categories are reduced except for repairs and maintenance because we need to maintain doing some of that into 2021. And then for town produced events, there will still be, in addition to New Year's Eve, 3 other town produced events, but they will be significantly reduced and done in COVID style. So Winter Carnival, National Indigenous Peoples Day, and Canada Day are all budgeted for in 2021, but they will be reduced and COVID events. And so just to the conversation earlier about Canada Day, this was the first I'd heard about that, the letter that went to the Rotary Club. So Mr. Irwin has sent it along. So I appreciate that. I've sent it off to Arts and Events so that they're fully looped into that as well. But the way that Arts and Events budgeted for Canada Day was based on our current reality. And so the thinking was that if there's a significant change and we're able to actually have a normal Canada Day, we will come to council and ask for a budget increase if we need one. What they have budgeted for is a COVID reality Canada Day. So that's the way they've approached all of those events. In 2020, there was no support for our community events. We stripped all of that out of the budget. Not just in the arts and events department, but in other support departments as well, like parks and streets and roads and facilities. What we found in 2020 was that there was still significant workload in arts and events because a lot of community groups tried to figure out how to do something. And so it resulted in a lot of phone calls and queries to the arts and events department and working through with community groups options for what they might do and how they could think about doing things and explaining why there was no staff support. So it's still, even though there weren't really many community events, it still was a workload for that department. So for 2021, recognizing that this department is down to 2 staff, the supervisor and 1 event staff, we have built in some support for community events, but it will be important that to understand that it will not be the usual level of community support that we're able to provide. And those support departments, parks, streets and roads and facilities, have also budgeted to be able to provide some support for events in 2021. But again, we're assuming that we will not be able to do a full-fledged folk fest like we usually do, or a Highland Games or running races, that all those events will continue to have to operate in some kind of COVID fashion. And so we'll need to work with our community event committee to figure out what events can happen and how we'll support them. but there is some room in budget to return to some community event support in 2021. So I was going to move on to community social development unless there's any other questions.
Sally, just to be clear, so all of that community event support that you were just referencing is contained within those other department budgets. It's not
Correct.
within the arts and events budget. Okay.
That's right.
Yeah, so the severe impact in 2020, and I'm sure Ms. Smithers can speak to this, was due to the fact that we didn't bring on the level of seasonal staff into our parks department. So I think once we get to parks, we can talk about that level and what's being proposed for seasonal staffing and parks, and how, you know, one of the objectives of that seasonal staff is to support events. So
absolutely. Yeah, the Parks Department is a huge supporter, as are Streets and Roads, of our community events. Yeah, they do significant work. Yes.
Mayor Berman?
Thanks very much. And I'm happy to hear that there is some budget for Winter Carnival of some kind for this year. When will we expect to see any detail on that, Ms. Cottle?
Well, they can't really do any work until we have an approved budget. So they actually had some work planned, but because we don't have an approved budget, they can't begin the expenses. So they're working to develop a plan for that based on council approval of this budget on February 23rd. So you can expect to have a bit more detail around that time.
Okay. Typically, the carnival happens around that period of time. So
yeah,
it's
going to have to be different. It's going to have to be different in 2021.
Well, whatever it is, I in the same vein as council approving the fireworks, I think anything we can do to lift spirits, provide opportunity for fun things to happen, that's great. So I'll look forward to hearing the detail.
Yeah, and as you know, that department is quite creative. So they'll have lots of great ideas for things that are fitting and meaningful, given the circumstance we're in.
I have no doubt.
Yeah.
Okay, and I would just add that council did approve an interim budget. So it's not that arts and events is without budget. So, and unless they were asking for a significant increase to support that event, there are budget dollars to support that team and the work they do until a new budget is approved.
Yeah, I guess the nuance there is that originally what we had told council is that we were only going to go forward with Canada Day and New Year's Eve. And so it is a bit of a change. The inclusion of Winter Carnival and National Indigenous Peoples Day is a change from what we originally told council we would budget for. So even though there is that interim budget approval, that interim budget only had those two events in, and now two additional ones are added. So there is some nuance there around council approval. If there's comfort, maybe this is something, Ms. Rogers, that we want to add to a motion list. If there's comfort with that department planning now, they'd be happy to do that. But it is a change from what we originally said we would budget for. And given the difficulty and the tightness of this budget, they haven't been spending despite the temporary budget approval, because it is a change from what we originally discussed.
So,
yeah,
what I'm hearing then is that there may be some advantage to moving those plans forward if there's a decision of council sooner rather than later on that budget item. And I'll be happy to entertain that sooner rather than later, because I do, as I've said, I think it's an important opportunity that we should encourage.
Great, we'll add it to the list for discussion next week. Okay. Assuming, again, nothing else on economic development and arts and events, I'll move into community social development, starting with the administrative department. So in the administrative department, there is a grant funding. So where the town of Canmore is a fiscal agent for a MAT program. And at your committee of the whole meeting in January, Ms. Brown and Ms. Eckelbloom will be there to present some detail on what that MAT program is. But just for your awareness at a high level with the budget, there's a 50,000 grant that's coming in, and then it will be paid out to a local group. So the town is just acting as the fiscal agent, and more detail on that will come. In 2021, the Safe Park program returns. You may recall initially council had approved money in the 2020 budget to look at a Safe Park program. We delayed that during COVID, and some of that money was rolled into the capital budget. So that will be carried forward as part of 2021, and the Safe Park program will return. And then in the 2022 budget, and this goes to Councillor McCallum's question earlier. So the Safe Park program has a part-time position in it to manage that. It's part-time for about half the year. And in the CSD administrative department budget in 2022, in that plan, there is another increase to salaries, wages, and benefits to make that position full-time so that someone could function as a housing evaluator and a housing coordinator. Very similar to the work that Ms. Eckelbloom has been doing this year through that COVID CSD capital project. That would make that position full-time or part-time permanent in the CSD department in 2022. So again, that's just a plan and will be brought back formally in 2021 for full approval, but wanted to flag for council that that is in that budget. Otherwise, in the community social development administrative budget, all other expenses are reduced. The biggest reduction is to professional fees. In 2021, they had planned to update the tools for the future and do some strategic plan work. But given workload and the carry forward of the COVID project into 2021, they've moved that out to future budgets. So that's the biggest reduction in that department's budget. In terms of the other two areas under community social development, these are grant funded. So very little has changed there, but there are some important things I do want to flag. So family and community support services, there's a change here in the municipal contribution. So we're required to contribute 20% to the FCSS budget. And we have been contributing more than 20% in the last few years, but we're increasing that even more in 2021 and years beyond. So we'll flag that in a second. Or show you that in a second. And they have reduced sale of service and all expenses in that department. So again, this is another example of an area that really pinches pennies to try to get as much leverage as possible. Yeah, go ahead, Mayor Barman.
Thanks. I'm sorry. Could you go back to your previous slide? And there's something you just said at the end that I'm not quite catching around reduction in professional service fees. Can you?
I'm not sure how I go back, honestly. I
think that's where we were, and you referenced a big reduction in professional fees. So can you just give a bit more detail on that, or where does that fit into the roll-up? Is that under SWB or?
No, that would be in contracted services.
Contracted services. Okay, so I see a big reduction there. And yeah, okay. I just wanted to share where that fit in. Thank you.
Yep, you bet. So back to FCSS, they have reduced all expense items. And so in terms of the contribution, the municipal contribution, we have the FCSS staff, on the salary grid. Sorry, I'm trying to, there we go. So just want to be clear and transparent about the municipal contribution. So we are required to contribute, oh, sorry, I'm on the wrong department. There we go. We are required to contribute, as I said, 20%, our mandatory contribution. So the amount that the province gives to FCSS has not changed since 2015. We haven't had an increase in that department. So because we have staff on the salary grid, what has been happening is that the mandatory 20% contribution has been increasing over the years to be able to keep staff on the salary grid. So in 2021, our mandatory contribution is $79,343. You'll see in this chart that that's the contribution for all 3 years that's required. And then the top column is how much we're actually contributing. So we're in 2021, we'll actually be contributing 29%. To keep staff on the salary grid in 2022 and 2023, that will go up to 32 and 33%. We just want to be transparent about that. It is similar for the FRN, although not to the same extent. So the FRN grant, the Family Resource Network, this is the program that started this year in replacement of the Parent Link. There is no requirement of any municipal contribution. But
I'm just going to jump in here, sorry.
Yeah, sure.
And the CAO, you're muted as well, so you were talking, but I couldn't. Yes, that slide there. So I'm assuming that other municipalities are experiencing the same changes, the increased municipal contribution. Do you know if that's?
I do not know. I could ask the FCS department to reach out and find out how other municipalities are managing that. I don't know off the top of my head. What other municipalities would be experiencing the same as us is no provincial increase to the funding of this program.
Right. So the only option to a municipality, given the fact that the province won't increase their contribution, the only option is to provide less services each year, or
Correct.
to increase the municipal contribution.
Yes and no. There are differing ways that municipalities offer FCSS services. Some provide them via grant support to social service agencies within their municipalities, and so don't actually operate with municipal staff. But yes, you're right. I mean, with a flat contribution from the province, there wouldn't be the ability to index any of those funds for inflation or anything to those service groups.
Right. So even if they're granted out, presumably a result would be decreased services.
Yeah.
It's not moving with inflation.
Councillor McCallum had her hand up as well. Joanna?
Yeah, I was just going to respond, Mayor Barman, that just sort of anecdotally, this was actually a topic of conversation at my last health and safety communities with AUMA, and anecdotally around the table, you are correct. Other municipalities are just exceeding that 20% and or doing, as Ms. DeSoto has outlined, sort of contracting out to a nonprofit and leaving the nonprofit to deal with the wages piece. But I did have a question, but I'll let us finish this conversation first.
Councillor Sanford?
Thank you. I'm just looking at the increase of $34,000, just say 2021. And the percent municipal contribution is 29%. That seems more than that. Somehow, if 20% is 79,000 and you're increasing it by 34, the municipal contribution must be more than 29%.
I think that the contribution is towards the overall budget. I don't know, Miss Brown, maybe if Mr. Irwin has anything on that. Miss Brown provided these numbers for me, and so I believe she's done the calculation, but we certainly can double check them. I can't speak to that right now, but I'm happy to follow up on that and make sure it's accurate.
I think that percentage is expressed on the top line, or as a part of the top line, the total contribution.
Yes.
So that 29% reflects the town's additional or total contribution to the total amount.
To the overall budget.
But if 20% is $79,000 and we're increasing it by $34,000, that's almost half of $79,000, if you know what I mean. So
it is half of 79, but it's the calculation is to the overall FCSS budget, not the contribution amount. So I'm happy to provide the math, but I just can't do that right now. But I'm happy to follow up with council and do that.
Yeah. Okay, I'd like to just see how that was come to.
Sure.
Yeah, and Councillor Sanford, if you look at page 21 in your tab 4 of the binder, you'll see that the grant from the province for budget 2020, well, for actually 19, 20, and 21 is all the same. It's $317,372. So that is the province's 80% contribution. Our mandatory contribution is a top up of 20% to that. And when you look at our total expenditure for budget 2021 of 462, that's how you do the math there.
Are there any other questions?
Yes, Councillor McCallum?
Thank you. I just had a couple questions with regards to the housing coordinator position. Is this a position that we expect to have during COVID, or is this expected that this will become a standard position within the CSD department?
So yeah, we already have it during COVID. So when
Yeah.
council approved in 2020 the capital project for the community social response to COVID, one of the things that was approved was a housing coordinator. So that position was time from when that was approved in May or June, I forget, through to the end of the year. Then that capital project has been whipped into 2021, and that part of that whipped budget is that housing coordinator has moved to part-time. So we currently do have a housing coordinator. We did in 2020 and we will in 2021 as part of the COVID budget. And then originally with the Safe Park program, there was a half-time, half of the year position to coordinate the Safe Park program, which we're calling a housing coordinator or a Safe Park coordinator. So that was already in the budget. It just didn't happen in 2020 as originally planned and was rolled into that capital project. So that moves back in 2022 as originally planned, or 2022 as originally planned. And then what is proposed in the 2022 budget, and again, at this time, that's just a plan. It will need to come back to council as part of the 2022 budget process for formal approval, is extending that to a half-time position all year. And so that would become part of the budget if approved in 2022 and would carry forward.
Okay, so I guess I'm wondering when that comes back for 2022 and beyond, is there going to be an opportunity for council to sort of have a conversation over the appropriateness of the long term of that position, whether it being within the town's budget or within CCH's budget is appropriate, and how that integrates with the provincial responsibility for this particular issue in our community that we're
great question. And I agree fully. And I think this is, there's a cart and a horse question here that Ms. Brown and I have been talking about, which is part of why I'm flagging it as in that base budget, because it is a fairly significant service level change that needs a thorough council conversation. So it is my expectation that we would actually have that in advance of the 2022 budget conversation. And it's something Ms. Brown and I have been talking about that actually needs to start happening with council this year, so that it's not a question at budget time, but as we're preparing that budget, we know whether or not that's something we want to include.
Yeah, it's definitely philosophical, and during COVID, it's been important and key as far as I'm concerned. But moving forward, and we always know that we're getting items downloaded to us. I think if
it's a different question. I agree.
It's a totally different question. Yeah, thank you very much. I appreciate that.
Nope, great question.
Okay, carry on, Sally. I don't see.
Okay, thanks. So that's where we're at with FCSS. On the FRN, the Family Resource Network, there's really no change here. This is a grant program, unlike FCSS, where we're required to contribute 20%. There is no requirement of a municipal contribution to the Family Resource Network. Having said that, when council approved the FRN back in March or April, can't remember, but it was earlier, it was right at the start of COVID that we were at council presenting when we received the FRN contract. There was an agreement, council agreed to incorporate $56,000 for a Town of Canmore contribution. And they also approved putting the FRN staff on the salary grid. Historically, Bow Valley Parent Link staff were not on the salary grid and did not receive cost of living increases. So we were beginning to see a decline in service because we didn't have the budget to keep them on full time. So just wanted to flag that again, the municipal contribution will start to change in the FRN. In 2021, it's very small, it's $370. So we're moving from the council approved $56,011 to $56,381. So an increase of $370 in 2021, which is a 16% municipal contribution to the overall budget. And then in 2022 and 2023, again, to keep staff on the salary grid, that starts to increase a bit more. But for transparency's sake, we're just showing to council that that's the impact of that budget.
Councillor McCallum?
For community social development, unless questions.
I just had a quick question. And so how long is our current contract amount with the dollar amount attached with the province for the FRN?
I believe it's 3 years.
3 years, okay.
I'm pretty sure that that's accurate, but I need to double check that.
That sounds right to me. I just wanted to be, and at that time we can show them what our real costs are and renegotiate our contract with them. And perhaps maybe get a bit more.
We can try, yeah.
Yeah. Who knows? Maybe we'll have another government in 3 years. You never know.
Yes, lots could happen between then and now. Okay, the next department is protective services. And the first one is really easy, RCMP. The costs are going up and there's nothing we can do about it. These are uncontrollable costs for a contracted service. Do just want to flag that the RCMP is currently in union negotiations. And so we are budgeting for an increase based on the result of those negotiations. And also in 2022, we're anticipating that there will be an increase from our 70% contribution to 90% with the federal census. Just as a reminder, once we hit a permanent population of 15,000, our RCMP contribution goes from 70% to 90%. So earlier on, when I said this was one of the departments that has an increase, that's why.
Councillor Seeley?
Oh.
Just a question about union negotiations. I don't remember this coming up before. It probably has, but it seems a little unusual. Is it just they're ending their contract and they are renegotiating at this time?
They've been without a contract for several years, actually, and so we haven't seen an increase in some time. So they're negotiating as part of the contract being up and coming to the table.
Okay.
Just to clarify, that's not with the municipality. That's negotiations for the RCMP as a police force across the country.
Yes, thanks, Ms. Rogers. We're not involved in that at all. We will just get a bill for whatever the determination is at the end of the negotiation.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so on to bylaw. One of the areas where there is new budget in bylaw is an increase in travel, education, and training. And this is not optional. So council may recall that our bylaw staff are currently community peace officer level 2. And one of the things that's been difficult for us during the pandemic is that the province has not given community peace officers with the level 2 designation any ability to enforce any of the COVID restrictions. The Solicitor General has required that all community peace officers become level 1s. And our staff have done a good bit of that training in the past year. They'll finish that training in 2021 and have that CPO designation. But in order to complete that training, we need to increase their training budget. We also are increasing our professional fees by $2,000, and this is for officer monitoring. It used to be that our peace officers were in the same radio system as the RCMP and fire, which was a safety system so that they could get safety checks, which is also a requirement of the Solicitor General. So we need to make a slight change to our officer monitoring program for a cost. And then the one thing in this budget that I would say is discretionary, and the first instinct might be to remove it, and it was my first instinct as well, if I'm being completely honest, was e-bikes for staff, 2 e-bikes. But that's in the budget currently as $7,500. And I do believe that this is a good investment. So we do not have any proposed increase in bylaw staff in this budget or in the 2-year budget plan. And if you think about the demand of bylaw staff and how, especially when town is busy and there are things happening like off-leash dogs or lots of people at Quarry Lake or fruit trees, and we want these staff to be out and monitoring. Their abilities to be on trails and move through town, even on e-bikes, is often faster than they can do in a vehicle. So it's actually, I think, quite a good investment to have staff be out and about and available and able to move from place to place fairly quickly. And it also gets them out of vehicles and interacting with people more in a face-to-face way on the trail. So I do think, given the demand and level of service on our bylaw staff, that's a really good investment. To offset some of that, they have.
There are a couple questions. Councillor Comfort. We can't hear you again, Councillor Comfort. You must be turning your speakers off. It's not just your mute button. Somehow because we see your mute button coming off, but you must have a speaker button somewhere. No? Okay, well, Mayor Borrellman had a question as well, so we'll go.
I'll ask mine while Councillor Comfort sorts out her microphone and all. But so, Ms. Cottle, I was expecting and prepared to support a request for increased staffing budget. I had thought, particularly given the experience this past year, that we would be increasing our number of bylaw officers. So what was the discussion that led to the decision not to increase bylaw?
The discussion was council's direction of bringing in an 8% budget increase. So we just can't, when we do that, we have to prioritize, and we cannot at this time afford it. The cost of one officer is about $90,000 for salaries, wages, and benefits. And then we have to do other increases around uniforms, training, all the things that come with an officer. So it's well over a 0.5% increase. If that's something that council would like to see added in the budget, it certainly could be a motion that you make. But when we looked at all of the priorities and the demands, we were unable to fit that in.
I would also add that in 2020, we did not hire our budgeted seasonal bylaw staff. So, and that was an intentional cost savings measure in order to reach the reduced budget that council approved mid-year. But this budget does have those seasonal staff being reinstated. The reason we removed them is because their intention was to be focusing on the downtown parking initiatives, and we didn't think that would be a main issue. So those two staff will still be focusing on those parking issues, but we will have the opportunity to have those seasonal staff on board in 2021.
Okay, and I appreciate that this summer, particularly, we were short-staffed for a number of reasons, and unfortunately experienced an increased need for bylaw, particularly managing congestion at places like Quarry Lake, and on-street parking that wasn't permitted, and all of that. Isn't there? So it's good to know that we'll have the increased seasonal staff this year to help address those needs. But when considering the cost of an additional position, for instance, there must be some factor there of increased revenue from fines and all that might result.
There is, but it's not enough to offset a position. So, the majority of our bylaw officer work is they take a largely education focus. So there's not enough increased revenue to offset the cost of a new officer.
Okay.
Could I just also ask, and maybe this is going to be in Roger's next presentation on the COVID contingency, but I do believe we have some budget within the COVID contingency for bylaw support. Is that correct, Sally?
Not that I'm aware, but Ms. Rogers.
Not that I'm aware either.
Okay, I thought I saw that in the table that you gave me, COVID contingency. So
In the bucket, salary, wages and benefits, we have said potentially some for protective services to support increased visitation.
Yes.
But the intention, I think that was not full-time positions.
Oh, yes.
It could be
So,
to
and we
supplement
did do
the-
some of that in this year. So there were a few officers who we were able to hire for an occasional shift. So there were a few of our staff who did a day or two of overtime, and a few officers from the town of Banff who would work for us for a day here and there, largely to patch if we had people who were on vacation or off, or to make sure that we had appropriate coverage at places like Corey Lake. But that was not a regular scheduled position. It was more of a patch for when we were short on staff.
Okay.
Well, if I could suggest, I would like to have a discussion when it's the right time to, for council to consider an additional position in this budget. And,
Sure, we could bring some additional information to council on the costing of that for next Thursday, when it's your debate and discussion, if that would work.
Yeah, that'd be great. Thank you.
Councillor Sanford?
Yes, thank you. My question is, from the 2019 budget and salaries and wages and benefits went from 535 to the 2020 budget of 721. So was there some hired positions in there?
Yeah, I believe there was a new position hired in bylaw. We increased our number of officers.
So we did have an increase between 2019 and 2020, but 2020 was a very different kind of summer for us, wasn't it? So I don't know if that increase is reflected between those 2 years, or was there some slippage involved in that? I'm not sure. Because
Yeah, I don't know either. And Mr. Irwin may have more detail. It's really hard. I know people are messaging. I know, Rick, I can see that you're messaging me, but I can't read it and be on presentation mode. So if you have something to contribute, you're welcome to unmute and say it. I would welcome it.
You know, what we're not seeing is 2020 actuals. And so Councillor Sanford, while that was the 2020 budget, the actuals, and I don't have them in front of me for 2020 for the bylaw.
I don't either, yeah.
Yeah, are quite a bit lower. And Mr. Irwin's here, so go ahead, Rick.
Yeah, there was quite a few vacancies in 2019, so that's why that's lower than the budget. And plus in budget 21, there was one new community peace officer budgeted. So a full position in 2020.
Thank you.
sorry, the
Oh,
full
I'm sorry.
was
Can-
in 2020? The full position was in 2020.
Now actual will come in lower, as we're just saying. I mean,
Yeah.
this is
So what we're seeing there is the budget for 2020, not the actual, Councillor Sanford?
correct.
But there was a position added, correct?
Correct.
According to,
Which I believe was offset by a number of vacancies. So I think we're still operating at reduced capacity in 2020.
Yes, even with the addition of a new officer, there were many times due to vacancies and injury where we were down staff. We are fully staffed now, which is great.
Good.
But that, as we know, that can change.
all right, thanks.
Yeah, great question.
Councillor McCallum?
Thank you. I'm just going back to the RCMP budget in relation to the bylaw services budget. Can you tell me how much of that budget is being transferred in from 2020 or in 2021 from photo radar reserves? I know that we cover, and I know I keep bringing this up, and I know I'm irritating and keeping bringing it up, but I'm just flagging that we do have an enhanced police position, I believe, that we pay for through photo radar revenues. And I know that we need to give a year's notice if we want to reduce that number, but that might be a way to help us in 2022, not necessarily in 2021, if we're looking to move money from one budget to the other to supplement a position within community policing. Just
We do, you're right, we do have enhanced policing in our CMP through Photo Radar. I don't have the exact number at my fingertips. We can follow up with that unless Mr. Irwin does and wants to speak to it, but it's fine if you don't.
Yeah, it's
something council could consider.
Yeah, it's right there. Budget 21 is $196,000, and it's the equivalent of 1.5 officers contract cost. So on the page,
So that's the transfer.
yeah, on page 20, page 25, transfers and other, it's $196,000. And again, it's the equivalent amount of 1.5 officers coming in from.
And again, I understand that we have to give 12 months notice if we wanted to reduce that RCMP position, but it might not help us in 2021, but it could certainly has the potential of helping us in 2022. That's all.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions for Ms. Cottle on bylaw services? So we have a couple of things to discuss next Thursday around the e-bikes potentially and additional staffing. Okay. Go ahead.
Okay, yeah, and that I just was going to highlight that they, in order to offset those e-bikes, they have reduced a number of lines. They are expecting decreased license and permit revenue. They didn't just reduce conferences, they've zeroed them all out, and then reduced other budget lines to try to provide some offsets for that increase. And then, sorry, someone speaking?
Yeah, Mayor Bowman has a question.
Just one other question. It's noted in the on page 27 that seasonal staff will support paid parking program. On the revenue side, is there a portion of those permits and fines that are funded through the paid parking or budgeted to be?
You know, I don't know where the budget for paid parking revenues live. If that ended up in bylaw, I know that was a discussion of the paid parking group.
Ms. Smithers will review the paid parking budget as part of her presentation.
Mr. Irwin just popped up. You may have a quick answer from.
I just say it's not in bylaw. No, it's in transit.
Okay.
Yeah, I believe the idea was to keep it all in one place because that revenue is used to offset the fare free cost.
Mm-hmm.
It's not bylaw revenue.
And we'll talk about this next week, I suppose. But if we're considering an increased staffing or even just supporting the seasonal staff, it should be recognized that there is some revenue potential from paid parking that could offset the cost of additional staff.
Well, again, to be clear, the seasonal staff and paid parking, the idea is that revenue is going to transit to offset the fare free program. That's the way it was initially set up. So if we were to include an additional bylaw officer, if we're hiring any seasonal staff, all they would really be able to do is parking because of what it takes to become a full officer. So the training and all the things that are required. For seasonal, really the only work that works is education and parking enforcement. If we want to bring on another full-time staff, yes, there will be some revenue associated with that. And for our meeting next Thursday, I will bring that in full detail of what a cost of an officer would be, in addition to what kind of offset there might be from revenue when we look at how that plays out in that department.
Okay, I see Ms. Smithers has something, but I just want to, one part of what's informing my thoughts is the discussion, which we haven't got to an approval stage on, but the suggestion of instituting paid parking at Quarry Lake, those revenues, then we know that there's a need for increased bylaw services at Quarry Lake in the summer months. So I see a link between those two new possibilities, but recognize that it's not certain yet.
Ms. Smithers, did you have anything you wanted to add at this point?
I was going to speak to the comments as they relate to paid parking. However, I think there's a lot to unpack in that conversation, so I'd suggest can park paid parking till I bring it up.
Okay, yeah, we will do that then. And Sally, you can continue on bylaw if there's anything more.
There was nothing more. I was going to move to fire. So in the fire department, salaries, wages, and benefits have increased in this department for several reasons. One is a rate increase that's based on your fire class. So when we hire firefighters, but whether they're paid response, casual, or full-time, there are fire classes that you move through based on education and training and experience. And so we've needed to do some rate increases to stay in line with union expectations and our fire master plan. And we also have increased peak staffing in this 2021 budget. So just as a reminder, there are always 2 full-time staff in our fire hall. And for the last 2 years, we've had a peak staffing budget where last year we had 2 additional staff in the hall for a few summer months so that there would be 4 in the hall during the daytime. When town was busy and congested, there would be 4 in the hall so they could all get on a truck and roll immediately. And then overnight, when there was less traffic, we would go back down to 2 in the hall. In 2020, Chief Gaylor came to you to talk about that peak staffing program, and he amended it so that it ran for longer than the 4 months by putting 3 in the hall at all times. And there were several instances that where we ran a truck with 3 on the truck instead of 4 to be able to stop the clock and quickly get on site. Although there is still a lot of fire attack work or other response work that still has to wait for that 4th person, but it got the truck rolling sooner. So what Chief Gaylor has found and presented to council numerous times is that that program is really successful, and that our peak season, where there's high demand for fire calls, is getting longer and longer. It's not just the summer months anymore, and it's getting harder and harder for us to rely on casual staff to wait for a call to come to the hall, and it's taking them longer and longer when town is busy to get there. So the fire master plan recommended, and we've been implementing an increase in that peak staffing. Ultimately, the Dillon Fire Master Plan and our recommendation is that we need to start to move towards more permanent staff in the hall at all times. The cost of doing that at one time is a significant increase that would eat up more than the budget allotment. So what we're proposing is a phased-in approach of making that staffing increase. And I'll explain that in a bit. But what's relevant for 2021 is that we're increasing that from 4 months to 8 months starting in 2021. To help offset that cost, there have been several reductions in the fire department. So fixed and variable wages and benefits and overtime have all been reduced. So Chief Gaylor has really limited the amount of overtime that our full-time staff can work. Basically, they don't work any unless there's a big fire call and it's an all hands on deck situation. So that budget line is decreased. And then what we find when we have peak staffing is that we're doing fewer call outs for more staff. So those other lines, the variable wages and the lines are reduced. So there's a bit of an offset. It is on the whole an increase, but there is some offset in those other lines. They've also tried to hold the professional fees has been held the same, but every other budget category in fire has been reduced to help with this offset. So in terms of peak staffing and what we're proposing that might look like, there's sort of 2 different options here. So in 2019, we had 3 months of 4 on during the day, as I just explained. In 2020, we had 5 months of 3 staff on, and the 2 full-time and 1 casual. In 2021, the proposal is to move to 8 months. And then in the 2022 and 2023 plans would be to move to 12 months in 2022. And then in 2023, those 12 months would still all be casual staff who are filling shifts. But in 2023, we would add the increase of making those staff permanent full-time staff. And then the proposal is to potentially add on an additional 5 months of paid on call. So we now have 3 full-time and 1 casual for 5 months. And then in 2024, move to 8 months. In 2025, do that all year. And in 2026, make those positions full-time. The other option, though, that we know we'll need to look at depending on how costs come in is to add a year to do that. so that in 2023, you're increasing that full-time complement and not doing the additional 5 months of a fourth person, that gets bumped out 1 year just to help with phasing of the costing. And so the way that looks is that in 2022, we have $115,000 in the budget. That would move us from those 8 to 12 months of peak staffing. And in 2023, 300,000, just earmarked. These are rough amounts in support of that 6-year phased-in option. The actuals of those amounts will likely change. This was our best guess based on where we're at. And that will be determined year over year based on our budget, our budget actuals, the actual cost to the department, our call volumes, union negotiations, and other data. I did also want to flag, similar to the legal position that we talked about in corporate services, we originally did have a fire prevention officer in the 2020 budget. That's a full-time position, an administrative position in the fire department that we did not hire in 2020 as part of the COVID savings, but it is part of the base budget for 2021. And so that would be a position we'll be looking to hire in 2021. So that's the end of what I had planned to say on fire. I'm assuming there'll be some questions.
Yes, go ahead, Councillor Sanford.
Thank you. Could you just remind me under revenues, sales and rentals, how they generate revenue in the fire department?
Revenue in the fire department is billing for service, usually, and for things like if we have to do multiple fire inspections, there can be fines levied, that kind of thing. But most of that, I would assume, is from our first response agreements with the MD and the province.
Correct.
So we're not doing any training or providing any services for other departments?
If we are, they would pay for it. We don't do that for free. A lot of times what will happen is we might bring in a trainer, and then other department, we would pay the trainer to come in. And if other departments like the MD or BAMF join that training, they pay a portion of the contract for that service.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
So, Ms. Cottle, I have a question around this phase-in approach and whether or not you intend to have council approve it, or is the intent to just annually approve each incremental increase through the budget process?
Yeah, I think we need to, I wouldn't be comfortable asking council to approve it because we don't know what the actual numbers are beyond what's in the budget for this year. So wanted to flag that this is the plan with council, is to do this incremental phase-in because of the significant cost of increasing full-time staff in one fell swoop. But in terms of actual numbers, it's really the 2020 budget, which would be an increase of peak staffing from 4 months to 8 that we're looking for council to approve at this time.
Okay.
So a lot of the future planning, I haven't looked at the fire master plan in a little while, but I'm assuming that a lot of the direction that's being suggested or considered would be supported within the fire master plan.
Yes.
So in that sense, council has approved at a high level that expansion.
Yeah, I mean, what the fire master plan said was, for 5 years, you should really try to increase your ability to respond quickly and implement all these things. And we have implemented them all. And Chief Gaylor has been coming every year to give you an update on sort of what, what's in the plan and what we've been doing. And then the plan indicates that after 5 years, you need to begin to look at increasing your full-time complement, which is exactly where we are and what we're doing with this plan. So yes, this is consistent with the fire master plan, and Chief Gaylor will continue to come annually to provide council with updates on what is in the plan and where we're at in terms of trying to achieve it.
Okay, I see no further questions.
Okay, then the last department in municipal services is recreation. And again, your binder has these broken out by department, but I've really just focused high level here because much of what happens, there isn't that much difference between each of the sub-departments. The revenue is all split out. But as Ms. Richardson, I believe, spoke to on Tuesday, there's a significant revenue shortfall around recreation based on the closures due to COVID. So what we have changed for 2021 is that there is no childminding being offered in 2021. It's just not been a service we've been able to provide during COVID. So all of that is removed from the budget in 2021, although it will go back in 2022, but it is a savings for us in 2021. The other change in 2021 is in our weight room monitor positions, and that is a COVID response due to the amount of cleaning that we need to do when we're open, in between having people using the fitness space, the sanitizing, the monitoring of the spaces, making sure there's the right people in the number of rooms, and the monitoring and managing of the equipment and the cleaning is increased. And then in 2022, that is kept on, not as COVID, but brought in to the tax base. That is a service that recreation was working to increase anyway, just to help when the building is busy with managing patrons and managing safety and equipment use and all that kind of thing. So there is an increase in the 2022 budget, which again will come back for council for formal approval around that weight room monitor positions. But in 2021, that is a COVID budget item. And then across all recreation departments, obviously we've reduced sales and rental revenue when buildings are closed like they are now. We don't have membership and room rentals happening. And then they have reduced every expense line except contracted services and repair and maintenance. And again, those are for things that we need to be managing, for building and safety maintenance. The other thing that's not on this slide, but should be, is just as a reminder, in order to meet CRA guidelines, we have begun the process of, in 2021, of moving all of our fitness instructors who were before contracted staff they have to become employees of the town to continue to provide those fitness services. So HR has already been working with recreation on implementing that, but that will be a formal change that begins in 2021. There's not a budget impact necessarily to that, but it is just a change that we wanted to flag. So that was all I had, unless there's other questions.
And I would just add, sorry, that the $1 million that's shown in revenue there is that offset, that transfer from tax stabilization.
Reserves.
Yes.
Yeah, we'll review that tax stabilization a bit in a bit more detail in a few minutes. Ms. Richardson did pull together a bit of a chart in response to Councillor Sanford's question about FCSS funding. If you want to pull that up, we can just maybe answer that question now, and then that closes off municipal services.
Okay, let's just see, were there any questions on recreation? I know we've been talking.
Sorry, I thought you had said no, sorry.
No, but that's okay. I just didn't, I had the question about the 1 million, but I didn't check. It doesn't look like it. So go ahead, Ms. Richardson.
And sorry, I see Councillor McCallum's hand up.
Oh, sorry.
I don't have it in presentation mode. So Councillor,
That's okay.
you want to go before I do? Go ahead.
Thanks so much. I just, and I've lost where I read it elsewhere. So I notice in the Recreation Administration and Rentals operating budget, the increased number of part-time and casual customer experience agent to meet COVID-19 operating guidelines. But then, and I'm trying to find it, I was desperately trying to find it somewhere else. I read somewhere else that we were trying to amalgamate positions to provide more full-time roles. So I'm trying to reconcile the two, and I, of course, can't find where I had.
Yeah, no, that's okay. I know what you're speaking of,
Yeah.
and I believe I can speak to it. So yes, there's two things happening. So one thing happening in recreation through a number of studies and that we've had done is that we have an over-reliance on casual staff. And this is something that came to us even through the organizational review that we did a few years ago. So despite COVID, we have been working in recreation to convert those casual positions mostly into part-time permanent positions. And that is something that is ongoing and that we're continuing to do. That generally doesn't have an impact. We do that within the budget. It's just a shift in how we hire. Then for COVID, we have needed more CE front desk staff. just to manage things like the number of, the amount of time it was taking people to register. There was a time when we didn't have a cancellation budget. If you went online to schedule to come to use the pool, say at Elevation Place, and you booked your time and you wanted to cancel, because of our software issue, we didn't have a cancel budget and people were calling. There were times we were getting 100 calls an hour and couldn't keep up. So
Jesus.
Part of COVID, that wasn't all the time, but
I know it's still overwhelming.
And we're continuing. One of the things that's happening in January is we are getting a software upgrade that we hope will address many of those issues. But to manage the gap, we did hire some additional casual staff or increase the casual hours to help with that workload that was around COVID. But that is a COVID response.
Okay.
And after COVID, that conversion of casuals to permanent doesn't have a budget impact, but is an ongoing thing that we're looking at and working on in recreation.
That's a great explanation. I appreciate that. My other question was with regards to the closing of 2 ice rinks for 45 months in the summer, which would decrease revenue. If restrictions are lifted and during that time, I'm guessing that's the summer, is that when we're expecting to possibly do that? Is there an opportunity to open that other, because we don't have the ability to use now any of the school spaces, the gymnasiums, et cetera, for recreation, is there any opportunity to perhaps use those that uniced surface for those types of activities during that period of time, which also might be a source of revenue?
Yeah, there might be, and Ms. Smithers might know more than me. What I'm unsure of is what's planned for maintenance. I mean, one of the issues there is that it's expensive to keep ice in, especially in summer. And there just isn't the offset in revenue to justify that. I don't know if there's maintenance planned that would make that difficult. What we did find last summer, and I'm assuming if it's still a COVID reality, this summer will be similar, is that people really didn't opt in to indoor recreation opportunities. The majority of it was outdoor. So that's something we could look at as we get closer and see what the reality is. If there's not maintenance planned, if we can provide some programming. I think the key thing is making sure that that programming or the opportunity to use it is at least cost neutral. So the justification here, given the lost revenue in recreation, is we wouldn't want to open those up and actually have it cost us more to manage. So it's that kind of question.
Yeah, no, and that totally makes sense. I understand the piece about the ice. If the ice is out and it's a great opportunity to do maintenance, but if there's an opportunity for us to pull in some revenue while we're at it, and that would be, I think, helpful.
Yeah, Mr. Hannes just sent me a message in Teams saying that yes, that if their ice is out and the spaces are free, we would be able to use it for programming. So it's a great bridge we'll cross when we get closer to summer.
Perfect. Thank you so kindly. Yeah.
Okay, and then Chelsea, did you want to share that spreadsheet?
Sure. So I know there was just some questions regarding the math in FCSS. I know there's a lot of numbers there with regards to our proportional percentage in the provinces. So forgive me, it is not pretty, but just in the background here, I created a little table that I thought might help. So, so if we look at the FCSS operating budget, and again, this is back on page 21 in section 4.
Can you make that a bit bigger, Chelsea?
Oh, yes, of course. There's not many numbers. And then for anybody following along digitally, is that big enough?
Yes, that's great.
Perfect. It's page 24 of the 281 page package. So as you spoke to Ms. DeSoto, we're looking at the provincial grant. So you can see this right there. It's the only grant in the budget 2021 column for $317,372. But we can't do simple math. So I think in the table that Ms. Brown and Ms. Cottle had, you can't do just the 20% on that. It's 80% of the total funding versus the 20%. So if we were only doing our 20% component, again, it needs to be of the total funding, not just of their grant component. Ours would be 79,000. So you could see the 80% of the total is 317,372, and our 20% would be 79. But if you look at the very bottom line there, the deficit of the excess of our expenditures over kind of the external revenues like that provincial grant is actually 114,000. So the number that we showed there was that represents 34,000 above the required 20%. And so if we look at the total deficit that the town is making up of 114,000, that's 29% of this 396. So I'm not sure if that makes it any more clear for council. I just wanted to show that it needs to be of the total funding. We can't just do 20% of the provincial grant. That's why if you do that math, it doesn't work that way. And we're looking at the total deficit, which you can see right on that page as being our town contribution. So I hope that helps. I'm not sure if it does.
I think that's great. Yeah.
Okay. Any questions on that from anyone? Did that kind of help with how the math all works of the different percentages?
Could you just send that to me?
Of
I'd
course.
like to look at it a bit later and
Yeah.
I'll
Thanks
send
so
that right
much,
now.
Chelsea, for doing that on the fly. Thank you.
yeah, thank you.
Okay, and as it happens, we are bang on 11 o'clock and we are finished with municipal services. So it is an opportune time to take a break. So I will suggest that we do that for 15 minutes. I know, Councillor Seeley, that means that you might miss a little bit of our Finance Committee meeting if we come back at 11:15, but are you okay with that?
I appreciate it, and I'll do my best to be back. And if not, I'll maybe double dip.
Okay.
Lisa, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can, Esme. Do you have a question that you wanted to ask?
No, I just, I have something on the e-bikes, but that can wait. We're going to have that discussion next week, it sounded like, right?
Yes, correct.
Okay, so I'll hold it till then.
Okay.
Sorry, but if there's a question that you'd like me to answer next week, it'd be helpful to know that now so I can actually be prepared to answer it next week.
I sent you a direct message on that. So
Oh,
you can-
okay. I haven't looked at those. I'll look.
Okay, no worries.
Okay, perfect. We will
Okay.
break that and be back at 11:15.
11:15, we'll see you there.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so we're 11:15. Let's get it started.
Just you and I.
Well, we'll go faster then.
I'm here. Oh, I gotta turn the lights on in my office now.
Yes, you look
Yeah,
like.
you look like you're working in the dark there, Whitney.
That didn't do much.
So we'll wait for Karen. Rob might be late.
Can I do a sound check?
Yep, we hear you.
Great. Good news, we get our shots at the lodge next week on January. First booster and the second one in February 8th or 9th.
Wow, that's great. Really glad to hear that.
Amazing, eh?
Yeah, you can be the guinea pig.
Yeah, there you go.
Okay, well, I think we're all reconvened. So I will call the Finance Committee meeting back to order, and we'll hand it over to Ms. Smithers, who's going to walk us through municipal infrastructure. Take it away, Ms. Smithers.
Okay, thank you. I'm just gonna share my screen so you guys can all see that now.
Yes.
I just need to rearrange. I can't see my notes now. Okay, there we are. So I am presenting to you today on the operating budget for the Municipal Infrastructure Division. The departments in municipal infrastructure are on the screen now, the departments and service areas. Overall, the Municipal Infrastructure Division sees a reduction in our operating budget. That is, some of the service areas do have some increases, but on the whole, as a division in municipal infrastructure, our operating budget request for 2021 has been reduced. And I will walk through each of the departments now. So first in engineering, I think, so I had implementation of paid parking in the town center as a new item in engineering. I've just put that in there because that's where it shows up as a business plan priority. However, I think maybe I'll jump over that now and address it on the next slide, which speaks to transit, because that's where the budget for it sits. So otherwise in engineering, we see a small increase in professional fees to better reduce or better reflect the actuals that they've seen over the years. And that shows up in the expenditures in the contracted services for engineering. And this is on page 37 of tab 4 of your binder. That's really the only new difference in the engineering budget this year. In the reduced side, there's a reduced salary amount, and that's through reliance on lower cost staff positions. So as more senior staff have left the organization, there's been an intentional decision to replace them with more junior staff to realize some salary efficiencies there. And similar to other departments, engineering has eliminated travel expenditures, and they've reduced conference, training, and supply expenses. So that is pretty much it for engineering outside of the paid parking discussion. If there's any questions on that.
I don't see any, so we can move to transit.
Okay. So transit, there is an increase in the Transit Commission requisition. I will say, so paid parking shows up in the transit budget because the intention is to link the revenues from paid parking to support fare-free transit local service. So in anticipating that, the Transit Commission in the requisition made an assumption that local service in Canmore would be fare-free. So that has been baked into our operating budget assumptions, and that is actually aside from the paid parking discussion, because how we offset that increase in requisition is really up to the town. So we're looking at, if we move forward with paid parking in 2021, it will generally pay for itself. So for example, the bylaw service officer is required to focus on paid parking, would be funded through the revenues in paid parking. So it would pay for itself. Over and above that, in 2021, just given the pandemic situation, we would see a small surplus. We expect that surplus would only be around $19,000. So in and of itself, it would not fully support the fare-free local service in 2021. However, that fare-free local service is still assumed in our budget for 2021.
Mayor Barman?
So just to make sure I understand what you're saying, the projected revenue from paid parking is reflected in the transfers and other line, the revenues line for transit operating budget? Is that right?
It is. I'm going to look to Mr. Irwin to maybe chime in on this one, because I still navigate my way.
Yes. Yes, they're budgeting. They've budgeted $150,000 for 2021.
Okay, and that's the only source of revenue for this department? Thank you.
Oh, and Mr. Asarte has actually just, he's typing away like mad, clarifying that the bylaw piece would not be funded through the paid parking revenues. So I did want to note as well, in terms of paid parking, we have had some indication from the Business Improvement Association for downtown that they would prefer to not proceed with paid parking for 2021. So that is likely an item that council will want to discuss next week. We have an indication that the BIA will be submitting a letter to the town on that note. We haven't received that letter yet, but I just thought it prudent to put that out there for council now.
So that discussion, sorry to jump in, but the discussion would be at a meeting of council, not finance committee. Is that right?
No,
It would be as part of the debate next Thursday in the finance committee. If we receive the letter, I mean, really, until we receive the letter, we don't know what.
Yeah. But the decision to move forward with paid parking was a council decision. So it should be council that considers any change to that direction.
Absolutely, and that's where we're saying it would be a part of a discussion and debate at council. We still have that council priority to move forward with paid parking and the related intercept parking. And we still have the direction from council to, originally, as you know, we had planned on rolling out paid parking in 2020. And when we deferred that, the direction from council was to proceed with it in 2021. So as administration, that is still our intent to move forward on that basis. However, we are aware that council will likely be receiving a request from the BIA that may cause you to council to provide new direction to administration.
Okay, Councillor Mera and then Councillor Sandford.
I believe that the letter was sent today, attention to Mr. Asarte. But it has been sent forward, just so you know. From the BIA, sorry, so I can clarify myself.
Okay, and I would just like to clarify that, of course, we want to work collaboratively and in partnership with the BIA, but council does receive requests and letters of opposition on a number of issues, and so ultimately it will be up to the finance committee to agree whether or not this should stay in the budget, or whether council themselves wishes to have a further discussion on this. But unless it's brought forward by council, we, as Ms. Smithers was just pointing it out, council has given us direction. You've actually put it in one of your priorities for 2021 to proceed with paid parking. We've received motions on that, and so it is in the budget currently. It's really the budget that the finance committee can debate and discuss and make recommendations to council. Councillor Sanford had a question. Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you. So we're looking at budget 2020 here in comparison, and in budget 2020, there was $102,000 in a transfer, and I'm assuming that's also from paid parking. Is that the number?
Transit, that was the requisition.
Okay. Well, the 102 would have been the transfer revenue.
That was the budgeted
Right.
back in 2018 when we were talking about paid parking.
But that didn't
was the budget. Didn't happen.
because we didn't have paid parking to make that transfer. But in terms of the contracted services, so we didn't have that money to transfer, but we still had a requisition for contracted services. And what we're looking at the budgeted amount, but was there a significant change from the actual from the budget? Because there was a reduced amount of service in 2020. And I'm just not sure, since that $102,000 is not there, how does the contracted services sort of measure up? Or do we know yet?
I haven't looked at year-to-date actuals for the Transit Commission. I do believe requisitions were reduced slightly due to reduced service levels. I'm not sure if Ms. Smithers, you can speak to that for 2020, what happened in this last year?
I can't speak to that right now. I'd have to look into that. Okay.
No, it's pretty even.
The requisition amount stayed the same, but the revenue amount wasn't
Well,
there.
we didn't have the revenue amount, but the requisition amount stayed the same. Yeah.
Okay.
Or it's about 100. Sorry, I take that back. About $100,000 less. No,
Okay.
it is offset the 100.
Okay, so it's sort of,
Yeah.
Yes.
and in 2021, you have an administrative and general services position added as an expense. Is that
That's the cost of the banking charges to processing the paid parking
Oh,
fines.
all right. So that's an expense on the paid parking side then. Okay. And is this also include the on-it services in here?
Yes.
The overall transit, yes, there's a proportional contribution that we make for both the regional Bow Valley service and on-it. It's included.
And when we generate revenue, there is an offset in on-it for revenue generation too, right? There's an opportunity.
We don't receive the revenue for on it. They invoice us at the end of the year. So budget for 2021 is $19,000.
Okay, thank you.
Mayor Borman?
Just a question for Councillor Mara. And I understand we'll see a letter shortly from the BIA. Can you say whether or not this letter is going to voice lack of support for paid parking while COVID is underway? I mean, while we're experiencing COVID?
Correct.
But in general terms, well, in the past, the BIA was very supportive of initiating paid parking. Is that intent to support that changed?
As far as my understanding, the letter that is being sent is definitely COVID related for budget that we're working on.
Okay,
That was my understanding as well.
I'll wait to see the letter then. Thank you.
Okay, is there any further questions on transit? Okay, continue.
The only other point I wanted to make in transit is that they have flagged in their business plan some additional maintenance for bus stops and the bus storage facility, and that is specifically related to transit. However, that budget itself is captured in streets and roads. So that increase in services is caught in the streets and roads budget, but it is benefiting transit. Okay, and then next up is planning and development. There is nothing new in terms of services that we are going to be providing for transit and develop, or for planning and development in 2021. I did want to flag, however, that on the revenue side, which you'll see on page 40 on tab 4, the revenues that are being shown in planning reflect about 137,000 in one-time application fees. And that reflects that there was an agreement related to the Three Sisters ASPs that half of their application fees would come in within a set time frame from the public hearing. So that is a substantial amount. And we just wanted to council or the finance committee to be aware of that, because it's not an ongoing trend that you'll see in revenues. So you can expect that that will impact what you're going to see in the 2022 revenues. Also on the revenue side in planning, you'll see some numbers move around between sales and rentals and permits and fines. And that's really a reflection of how Questica captures and records the application revenue information. In planning on the reduced and removed, we do have 2 contract positions that, as we've discussed before, are not going to be showing up for 2021. And that accounts for the drop in the salary, wage, and benefits expenditure. We have a reduction in contracted services, and that is a reflection, of the new safety codes officer fee structure and the associated lower volumes of work that we're seeing for the safety codes officer. And in some cases, changes in contracted services have been made to better reflect actuals over the past years. Planning also will have no resource in 2021 for town-initiated policy work. And lastly, they have also eliminated travel and hosting expenses. They have retained some training expenses, and that reflects the fact that they do provide training. In part, it reflects the fact that they do provide training for the CPC and SDAB members. And they also have continuous professional development learning requirements for professional staff to retain accreditation. And that would also show up in part in engineering as well.
Mayor Borman?
Thanks. Ms. Smithers, could you elaborate a bit on the 3rd bullet point there, no resource for town-initiated policy work?
Yes, so for example, there has been discussion around taking on an ARP for the Palliser area. Planning would have no capacity to take on a project like that in 2021. The only work they're doing is related to applications. So processing applications and process improvements that allow us to be more efficient with handling applications.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you. So there had been discussion during the land use bylaw, omnibus bylaw, that planning would be doing similar work each year. And we're expecting to see perhaps some additional amendments proposed to the land use bylaw in 2021. So that's already funded, or that wouldn't be affected by the 3rd bullet point?
Correct. As we've mentioned before, the land use bylaw really is a living document, and the more that we work with it, the more that we'll identify rules that may not be working as intended, or rules that are problematic for the town or industry. So we do still intend to update the documents on a regular basis to keep it current. But other than that, that's it. I will say too, even on the application side, we can expect to see a reduction an increase in time processing applications.
Great. So, but the funding required for that work is included in the budget before council.
The funding required for the land use bylaw maintenance?
Yeah.
Yes.
Thank you.
Was that your hand up, Councillor McCallum? No? I do would like to ask you, Ms. Smithers, to expand a little bit on the 2 contract positions that we're not renewing. So council has heard this before. You had approved 2 contract positions and you funded those from draws from operating reserves. So that is the reduction in the operating reserve transfer that you see in 2021 shown on page 40. So that 183,000 was a draw in 2020 to fund 2 term planning positions, which will no longer be there. So the planning department will effectively be down 2 positions. So I just want to make sure that that is crystal clear for council. One of those positions was focused mainly on enforcement. So I'm wondering, Ms. Smithers, if you could speak to how enforcement activities will be managed through planning moving forward into 2021.
That is a discussion that we will be having in the short term between planning and bylaw services to figure out what the best way to provide enforcement services related to the bylaw is.
Okay, because those enforcement—
We don't have a concrete answer for that yet.
Okay.
I will say too, sorry if I can, just going back to Mayor Borman's question around the maintenance of the land use bylaw. To be clear, that process is really around, it's more of a housekeeping exercise. So that if there were significant changes to the bylaw, for example, I know that the setback from water bodies one has been floated before. That's a substantial piece of work that has not been planned for. So the omnibus process and with the changes to the land use bylaw, those are to accommodate relatively straightforward changes, but not create new projects within the bylaw itself.
So if there was any interest in having that sort of work done, it would require council direction to do the work and assign budget?
Yes.
Thank you. I had one other question, as long as I've got the podium here. So the contract positions that are removed, that includes the position that's been managing the illegal short-term rentals, is that right?
That does include one enforcement position, yes.
So do we have anything in mind for ongoing management of that situation, the illegal short-term rental situation?
As I'd addressed with Ms. DeSoto's question, that is a issue we are still working through, how to best resource that activity.
Okay, thanks very much.
Councillor Sanford?
Thank you. In the second page of that report on page 41, it says decreased revenue from building permits. I thought I heard Ms. Smithers say that there would be a decreased revenue from applications, the big ASPs, but is building permits something different in relation to that?
Building permits is different from the ASPs. In terms of my reference to the ASPs was that $137,000 that we're anticipating in 2021 that is specifically related to the Three Sisters ASPs. We would not be, that's a significant application fee for a significant amount of work that we would not anticipate receiving in future years. So the building permit application is a different line item, and we would see that trending down as well, but it's a separate issue from the $137,000.
So what would be the reason, do you think, that we would see a decrease in building revenue permits?
I would have to check with Ms. Miller on that. I think that it's generally based on trends that we've been seeing and the actuals from 2020. But I can get more information on that.
And back in 2019, the permits and fines was $1.579 million. And I think we're pretty used to seeing these numbers fluctuate dramatically from year to year, right? I guess depending on what comes through.
I don't know the answer to that.
So I mean, in 20,
information there, Councillor Sanford, I'll let Mr. Irwin answer that question.
So just for reference, actual 2019, and we're only specifically talking building permits or building inspections, was a little bit, what, 1.1 million. This year, 2020 actual is 604. So it's actually just below budget. Budget is 663, so it's just low. So they're budgeting for 2021, 600. So it's virtually the same as what we did this year. So that's for reference, but it's $500,000 less than 2019, just in building permits.
right. But I think we always try and budget, but we don't really know what applications are going to come forward anyway. So that number can fluctuate quite dramatically under permits and fines.
It can, and I would say generally under the revenues for planning for 2020, what we're seeing is what we saw was approximately 90,000 less than what was budgeted.
Okay, great, thank you.
Okay, so any other questions on planning? Is that the question around enforcement or term positions in planning or additional full-time positions, a discussion item that council wishes to have again next Thursday? Is there any additional information you would like to see on that, similar to, for example, to the bylaw positions that we discussed? Or just so we can prep for your conversation next Thursday. Okay, seeing nothing, we will move on to facilities then, Ms. Smithers.
Okay, so facilities is on page 42 of tab 4. And there it's, again, in just flagging things that are a departure from the budget from 2020. What we're seeing is a net increase in lease revenue, which may seem a bit odd given the pandemic. We did recently, however, renegotiate our lease with Volker Steffen, which is one of our largest leases. So even given a substantial reduction in lease revenues and concession revenues that we've seen with some of our facilities in particular, and some of our other buildings, we net out a small increase given the lease revenue given the lease Volker Steffen. And then we also have an increase on the expense side in contracted repair and maintenance at Elevation Place. Those are really related to condition assessments at Elevation Place with continuing repairs required to address deficiencies there. On the reduction side, we've seen reduced energy costs due to savings from rooftop solar, which is actually a good news story. Mr. Hannes anticipates across all of town facilities, which would also show up with solid waste services with the solar array they have at the Waste Management Center. We probably are seeing approximately, and this is a very rough approximation, but approximately $50,000 in savings in energy because of our rooftop solar. And then as well in facilities, we've eliminated conference expenses and reduced training expenses, keeping training related to technical competency and safety.
I don't see any questions on the facility side.
All right, then I will move on to a relatively small department of Public Works. So I'll start with Public Works Administration, which also includes our Office of Sustainability. So new in Public Works Administration for 2021 is an FTE for the Climate Change Specialist, which Council has had and Finance Committee have had a number of conversations about. Most recently, even this past Tuesday when we were talking about franchise fees. So there is an increase in FTE in the Public Works Administration. There is also an increase in contracted services in Public Works Administration's operating budget, and that is for, in part, wildlife coexistence. So that includes items like fruit tree removal, which in past had been in the capital budget, but we are operationalizing because they are a recurring item and better fit in the operating budget. It also includes rabbit proofing, which is an interesting one. That has been requested by the province for both the Stan Rogers stage at Centennial Park and at Elevation Place. These have been identified as likely the largest breeding grounds for rabbits on town land, and we have had a request from the province to do some rabbit proofing there. There's also in that an increase in Biosphere's sustainable action grants and replacement, and some money for some replacement cameras at the Public Works building around security needs. And then Public Administration has also seen reduced travel, conferences, and supply expenses. Oh, and sorry, I should say too, Mr. Camo just texted that the rabbit proofing is obviously a one-time cost.
Mayor Borman?
So could you elaborate a little bit on what this rabbit proofing that the province is requesting might look like?
No, but I could get more information. I mean,
we
some
spend
modifications. It would be some modifications to the stage to prevent rabbits from getting underneath it, I would imagine. And the same at Elevation Place when you look at the landscaping there. And the landscape rocks, there's probably ample opportunities for rabbits to den in those. So it's probably on those and closing them up, and maybe some remediation redesign is needed.
I would assume that the province in this request factored in the considerable expense that we lay out every year in rabbit management. I'm really, this is a sort of an out of nowhere suggestion by the province. Huh. Weird.
Councillor Comfort?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. So Ms. Smithers said that that would be a one-time expense. So is this like, are we talking rabbit genocide in 1 year? Is this what we're talking about? I'm just trying to be clear here what the province is looking for from the town.
It's really securing at Stan Rogers stage. It's about securing the bottom of the stage building itself. So not genocide, rather taking away opportunities for them to den under the stage, under and around the stage.
So I'm not a rabbit propagation expert, but it seems to me a bit naive to think you could solve the problem in 1 year, given how many years this has been an issue for Canmore. But that's, I don't know, are we going to discuss this again? Is this, and how much money are we going to have to put in as a town beyond what we already do?
Okay, so it sounds like we could have a further conversation about the details about what this rabbit proofing means. As Ms. Smithers was suggesting, I'm understanding it to believe just eliminating opportunities for denning, not further trapping.
It's modifications to infrastructure, not an ongoing trapping project. It's modifying the infrastructure to take away some of the habitat.
Yeah, I guess the complexity here is, you know, whether this is something we're doing at the request of the province, or is it something we think we need to be doing for best practice anyways? You know, it's it does seem that this has been identified before, better skirting the Stan Rogers stage I've heard of for a couple of years, for example. But yeah.
My understanding is that it was a request of the province.
Okay.
And if I can just,
and the cost, and it's $15,000 in 2021.
15,000. Okay.
if I could just add to that, I don't know anything about the province's request, but back in a different lifetime, long ago, I did work on this rabbit issue. Some of you who were around then may recall. And There was some effort by the town of Canmore when we initially started our rabbit management program to manage our own spaces. Like even the park in back behind the Civic Center, rabbits were denning under the boardwalk there. And so we put in infrastructure to prevent that from happening. I know with the trapping contract that anything we do that makes municipal infrastructure harder place for rabbits to den helps with our other program. So it's a small, I don't know anything again about why the province is requesting it, but it is something we have done historically to shore up our infrastructure to prevent denning, and it does support the larger rabbit management program.
Thank you. Mayor Borman?
Yeah, and I'm not speaking in any way against this notion. I think it's a good idea. I'm just surprised that the province is requesting the town do this, and they could be turning their attention to some of their own properties in town that are also rabbit denning areas that are well known. And I'm thinking off the top of my head of the Seniors Lodge, for instance, which is provincial land, and I know there's a lot of rabbits that are breeding there. So I'm quite supportive of this opportunity, and I recognize the cost is very low. It was surprising to have this come forward from the province out of the blue, it would seem.
Okay, well, let's move on then. Whatever's next.
So the next thing is parks. So in parks, there's a few changes that you're going to see. One is the new memorial bench and plaque program, which affects somewhat our revenues and then also the expenditures. It is a new program, though, so I've added it in there. Well, a revised program. They do have an increase in contracted repair and maintenance as well. A substantial amount of that is the maintenance that would be required in 2021 for the Spring Creek pedestrian, the pedestrian bridges over the creek. There's about 3 bridges there. The maintenance of that infrastructure is exceptionally challenging given the construction materials, so the wood over a waterway. It is challenging to contain the sawdust kicked up from sanding, as well as any staining, and prevent any of that getting into the waterway, which substantially increases the cost of maintaining that. So I have talked to Mr. Camo about maybe doing a bit of a cost benefit and assessing other alternatives that we may have for maintaining that, but that does account for a big amount of the increase in the contracted repair and maintenance in the parks budget. They have also assumed multiple new assets. So we talked earlier when we were talking about arts and events around the parks, this support of seasonal park staff in arts and events. And what does a decrease in events mean for that seasonal complement? So I will say that we have for 2021 put forward our kind of usual or typical complement of seasonal staff in parks, not the reduction that we saw in 2020, but back to what we would have originally asked for, which I think is around 25 seasonal staff staggered over the season. Even with reduced events, that complement of staff is needed. In fact, it's really around the increased assets that parks has to assume on an annual basis, and the need for that to show up at some point on the operating side. I think in the past, we have not done as good a job as we could have on accounting for the operating costs of capital. And that is really starting to show up in parks, as well as probably other service areas in the town. So they did actually they could use more seasonal staff than they're asking for 2021, but they have delayed that request until 2022. So I got into a little more detail there. Just because the issue of seasonal staff in parks did come up. So, and also I wanted to say, for example, in the assumption of new assets, just to give some examples, there's over 3 acres of land that they have to take on in 2021 in Three Sisters area, and that's around weed control that parks has to take on. Additional fencing, like we built the wildlife fence for Centennial Park, that creates a need for ongoing maintenance of that. We've assumed new playgrounds and picnic tables, most recently in the Northview area, and even things like the Legacy Trail up to the Nordic Center, right? The infrastructure that goes in there that still needs ongoing repair and maintenance. So we do continue to assume new assets and try to maintain those assets with the same staffing complement that we've typically relied on. And that tension continues to exist in parks. And I think those were the main items I had on the park side.
Any questions on parks? Councillor Sanford?
Thank you. Ms. Smith, I think in the past we had talked about recognizing those operational costs when we put in some new infrastructure. So on at some of the bottom of our sheets, our project sheets, we generally talk about, you know, what might happen with operational costs from capital projects. So we're trying to be cognizant of that, but I guess we need to be more cognizant of that.
Absolutely. And I would say in the just over a year that I've been here now, I have seen much more discussion. It seems like there's an increasing practice to be cognizant of the operating cost of capital and make sure that we do address that. I think that it's just, we're kind of caught on the operating side, our parks team and in streets and roads and probably other areas as well, as I've mentioned, we're kind of caught in the middle of that shift in thinking and best practice. We're trying to play catch up.
It's always a good conversation to have.
We are getting better at it, yeah.
Yeah, when we're talking about capital, it's a good conversation to have, for sure.
Absolutely.
Councillor Comfort?
I have a question about the memorial program, plaques and benches. Is there some revenue that comes in on that side? Oh. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yeah. So that was my question. Is there revenue that comes in on that side? Thank you.
I think we're freezing here. The internet's going down on the downside.
I think the simple answer is yes.
Okay.
Yeah,
Is that
I'm
like
sorry.
cost neutral then?
What was that?
Is that cost neutral then, that program? Or do we make a bit of money on that?
It looks like it's revenue neutral, yeah, that it pays for itself.
Thanks.
What's for lunch there, Councillor?
I think we can move on to streets and roads now.
Okay. Okay, so, oops. Sorry, I have to keep flipping between screens. Streets and roads. So changes in streets and roads operating budget. On the news services side, we're seeing increases in contracted services. Those are primarily for snow and ice control to meet the council approved service levels in our snow and ice control policy. There is also some increase in contracted services associated with changing road infrastructure. So when we put in some of the infrastructure to better accommodate use of roadways by cyclists and pedestrians, like those concrete medians, it also creates additional maintenance cost and time for roads. So the contracted services increases are largely related to that. There's on the reduced and removed side, you'll see a reduction in we're likely to see a reduction in some service levels again to free up capacity to better service the new assets. And then they have also reduced travel and conference expenses. There are some when you look at the budget pages on page 48 of tab 4, there are some significant increases in internal transfers, and those are primarily related to capturing transfers that weren't previously reflected in the budget. I think that the supervisor of streets and roads has done a really good job of truing up the budget in that regard. He's also done some work to bring some of the budgeted items better in line with actuals. And Yeah, I think those were the main highlights of streets and roads.
So Whitney, where are those internal transfers coming from? From which department?
Some of them are related to fleet. So transfers, for example, from fire or even from street, from fire to fleet or between bylaw and fleet. Rick, you look like you want to jump in.
And solid waste services is the big one as well.
Mm-hmm.
The bigger one, so the fuel and everything like that.
Right. Okay. To keep the utility whole.
Correct.
They fund streets and roads. Okay.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Even the fuel. It's all the fuel for the corporation is accounted for in fleet services, and then we charge back solid waste services for their portion of the fuel. So that's a big part of it too.
Mm-hmm. And that's why it shows up as an increase from 20 to 21, and there's a lot of it is that.
Great. Any questions on streets and roads? Okay. Now I know we had a presentation from Mr. Como on the utilities. Were you going to speak to utilities and solid waste services as well?
Really, all I wanted to point out for solid waste services was that a reminder that the rates were approved in December of 2018. So that budget was pretty much set at that time. They continue in 2021 on their business plan priorities around commercial organics diversion and then operationalizing their residential organics diversion. It was introduced as a pilot, and in 2021 we're going to continue to expand that program. A lot of the increases in their that might show up as it's in their budget are really inflation that was built into the model that the rates were based on. And then lastly, with water and wastewater, Mr. Como just presented on this last month, walked through the wastewater utility. Those rates were also approved when he presented just in December 2020. And a reminder that the big business plan priorities there in 2020 are the new services agreements and the utility master plan update.
Okay, are there any questions for Ms. Smithers on solid waste services or the utilities or any of those self-supported budgets that are not directly impacted by taxes, but certainly are large, important departments? Okay, I don't see any questions. Ms. Rogers?
I just was, I heard back from Mr. Como about the rabbit proofing. He has a little bit of more information, not a lot. It was a request from the province. It's actually over 3 years, $15,000 a year. The first year plan was the Stan Rogers stage, as Ms. Smithers said. Then the second year was securing Elevation Place. And then in the third year, that same kind of work around the Civic Center. So it's not rabbit, what do you call it? Euthanasia? It is actually physically, genocide. That's right. No. Genocide is the word I was looking for. It is physically removing denning opportunities in those 3 locations, phased in over 3 years. And that's all we have from them.
Okay, great. Thank you. Helpful. So I'm going to look to council right now. I think this is an opportune time to take a lunch break. Or to the finance committee, I guess. And we can reconvene at 1 o'clock. Does that work for folks?
Works for me.
Yeah. Okay, let's do that then. We'll break for lunch and reconvene at 1 o'clock. Thanks, everybody.
See you then.
Councillor Seeley? Did you have a question? You're muted, Rob.
All good.
All good? Okay. You're just waving.
Yeah.
Hi, Esme.
Hi, John. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can. Can you hear me?
I can. I think I fixed my audio problems. I went into the settings part. Whoa, scary stuff. And I think I fixed it.
Nothing to it, eh?
Piece of cake.
This whole IT thing is far easier than they make it out.
Oh,
to be.
yeah. They've
Yeah.
got us buffaloed.
In truth, the reason that I choose to do these Zoom meetings from the office is because I know I have easy access to IT when I need it, which has happened several times.
There you go.
Yeah.
And we are still live streaming.
Okay, well, that's good to know, but haven't said anything that would be unsettling to anyone.
Thanks for the heads up, though.
Yeah, I was just about to say something rude about the CAO, I think.
Well, feel free.
I heard every word, by the way.
Thankfully, none of the words were nasty.
That's thankfully true. Okay, we are at 101. Is Ms. Rogers online? There she is, but we can.
Oh, better turn on a light. Sorry, I had really bad sun a moment ago. One sec.
There we now.
There we go.
Now, so we're just missing Councillor McCallum, but it is 101, so I think we will get started.
I know she's upstairs in the building, so
Oh,
funny
she's
she's not.
texting me right now saying she cannot get on the call.
Huh.
I'll just ask her if she has the link. Is there a host for this meeting? Robin, do you have to let her in?
We don't have anyone in the meeting room.
Okay. We'll just let her.
Suggest she log off and log on again.
Yeah. That's always All right, well.
Can you see my presentation?
We can. I'll just let her know we're going to start. Okay, good.
Okay. We will start. So I'm going to do a very high level overview of the plans for 2022 and 2023. And page 3 of tab 4 does provide a roll up of showing you the differences between budgets for 2020, 21, 22, and 23. And then I wanted to flag for you some of the items that stick out. And just wanted to remind you that 22 and 23 are a plan only. You will recall in our last budget cycle, we did have an approved budget for 2 years. And it had at that time been our intention to continue with that process moving forward. But the uncertainty of COVID really makes that not a wise decision. There's just still too much for us as far as unknowns are concerned. And so we are asking council to approve the 1-year operating budget for 2021, and then just at the plan level for 22 and 23. We do return somewhat to a post-COVID plan in 22 and 23. But while this fight continues against the pandemic, we don't know yet what vaccine impact will be. It just isn't wise, I think, to try to get an approved budget for a year with so much uncertainty. So you'll remember council directed in August administration to prepare these plans with a 5% tax increase. And so that's what I'll flag for you today, is just some of the high level pressures, again, with the anticipation that these plans will change as we go through the budget process next year for 2022 and 2023. So some of these items you have heard a bit about this morning. And so I'll just walk you through a little bit more information on some of them. And what we've done is itemize for you what the tax impact is. I don't have a total on here, Ms. DeSoto, on purpose, because the whole plan adds up to 5%, but the items that we're flagging do not. There are a number of other ins and outs, and really we were focusing on getting the detail prepared for 2021. Really just want to flag these items of significance for you. So with the RCMP contract, Sally spoke about that earlier this morning. Due to our change in population base following the next census, our cost share for the RCMP contract goes from 70% to 90%. And we have estimated that impact to be $593,000 or a 2.2% tax increase. We are proposing in 2022 in the plan that we draw $550,000 from tax stabilization to help offset this impact of the RCMP contract. And I'll talk a bit more about that when I go through the various ins and outs in the tax stabilization reserve in a couple of moments. We have flagged for you a few new positions that we know will be looking for in 2022. Many of these are identified pressures that have been raised in the last couple of years, and for one reason or another, we've put them in this part of the plan. You may recall with the 2019 budget, we had a staffing plan for several years, and this 2022 is the end of that plan. So you'll see a position in IT, and that really is to help address and program application support as the organization has continued to grow, and we've continued to take on more and more software systems. So we just are at capacity with our existing staff. In engineering, we'd identified demand for this position being driven by growth and an increase in the complexity and the nature of development. And so the focus of this role will be to deal with development demands and also focus on steep creek hazard and risk mitigation. On the HR side, the organizational review had recommended increasing the size of that team just to be able to respond to the ever-growing size and complexity of our workforce, volume of recruitment, volume of education and training, and staff needs. And that certainly has been highlighted this year, an increase in staff needs, increase in volume of work. And that's what that position is about. Okay. We did flag, again, in Sally's conversation this morning, the addition of 3 part-time weight room monitors. So in 2021, we are covering the costs of these weight room monitors in the COVID contingency because they have been introduced as a response to COVID staffing and cleaning requirements, but it is the level of service that the recreation team would like to continue to provide moving forward and had identified some time ago. So this really just represents that shift, moving them from being funded in the COVID contingency to be funded by taxes. The Safe Park Housing Coordinator, Sally spoke with as well. This is just the ongoing growth of that position. And as Councillor McCallum raised, there's ongoing discussion that will need to happen there, but we wanted to include the funding for that position in this plan. On the park side, we have increases in staffing that are required to keep pace with workload. We continue to accept assets. That might be new parks, new trails, and we need staff to be able to maintain those. You might recall a couple of years ago when we did some staffing increases across the organization, we had said growth can occur sometimes in pieces, and then there's a tipping point of when we need new positions. And I think we really are at that tipping point here with parks. They've been managing, and they can't manage anymore. There are more assets that that they're responsible for than they have the staff to be able to deal with. We have increased some costs in facilities, contracted repair and maintenance, and this is related to increased repair and maintenance expenses based on required inspections, servicing, roof repairs, exterior painting, and staining. So we have a long-term plan that identifies when these jobs and work needs to occur. And so we're seeing a bump here in 2022 to address some of that. Did you have a question, Councillor Comfort? Okay, got it.
Therese, sorry.
Yep.
I have had a question just through private message around, is this information available in the binder? So my understanding is it's not, is that correct?
That's correct, yeah. We will, we're still figuring out how best to pull it together to put it into the binder, but it is not in your binder at the moment.
Okay. And all of the presentations you were going to check, I'm not sure you've had a chance, but whether the presentations are going to be made available?
Ms. Hyde is just saving them all in one location for council, and she'll send that link this afternoon when she sends the link to Tuesday's Finance Committee meeting. So you'll be able to see where all of those presentations are saved. So you can pull this back up. Yeah.
Great. And I was just noticing, sorry, that on page 7 of tab 3, there are some details of those positions that you've identified.
Correct.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. We don't have a description of all of these items, but we did put information in for you about the positions in particular.
Okay, thank you. I'll let you
we do have, again, a one-time ASP revenue. This is the, oh, now I'm going to need Mr. Irwin to help me with this one. My mind just totally went blank. Why this is on here.
Sorry, I'll jump in here because I started creating this, so it's the way my brain works. So just as a reminder, as Ms. Smithers spoke to earlier in planning in 2021, we have some one-time revenue that actually helps decrease our tax requirement in 2021. But once that one-time revenue goes away, because it is not expected to recur, that contributes to the increase then in 2022, because that doesn't continue on past that point.
Oh yeah. So basically the reverse of that, because we have a gap in that revenue, we have to replace that revenue somehow
with tax dollars.
Yeah,
correct.
Thank you. Oh, go ahead.
Can I just ask a question on that? Because I think she said it was $137,000. But is this actually the same revenue we're talking about?
It's referencing the same revenue. That might have been the total change in the line item that I picked up here. It's probably the vast majority. It is the same amount. It just might be, if there's something else in that same revenue line, we might be showing different ones depending on whether we just picked up that single ASP revenue item or if there was another smaller amount in that same GL category or revenue line, if that makes sense. But we are talking about exactly the same thing. I'm sorry, the numbers don't exactly line up.
Yeah, the number I was referencing.
Yeah.
The number I was referencing was the actual application fee submitted for those ASPs. It could be that it's broken out into separate categories, and that accounts for the $15,000 difference that's showing up here.
Yes, building permits is going up around $12,000 and other licenses up $2,000. So that's the difference.
Okay, great, thanks.
Yeah, sometimes why these numbers are complicated, because it's the net change as opposed to the specific item change. We have reintroduced, performance into the 2022 plan at the $150,000. And we have the increased transfer to reserves per the long-time financial strategy. So again, those policy items that council has identified in our first look at either budget or a plan, we are always incorporating and including your policy items. And then there is the opportunity again for finance committee or council to change the direction on that. But this plan does include covering all of those. There are several other items, and we just lumped the fire peak staffing impacts in with those, given that there's some uncertainty as to the exact costs that will unfold there as we see actual call volumes and actual rates of pay of the existing staff and the new staff. And then we have the impact of cost of living increase. We've used the same 1.3% that we are using this year, and that is how our planning works until next June, when we get an updated June over June number, and we'll then update that. But at this point, it is the 1.3% that we are using for 2021. So that is 2022. I can pause there if there are any questions, or if any of my colleagues want to jump in with anything that I missed or glossed over.
And just to reiterate, or to be clear, there won't be a request for council to approve that as budget, but rather Correct. Just for planning purposes.
That's right, just for planning purposes, yeah. Much like the capital plan is approved for the first year, and the rest of it is a plan that's approved, yeah.
Yeah, and I would just add that if there was something within this plan and these big bucket items, of course, there's considerable other detail in regular operations, but these are the major changes for 2022. But if there's something here that council doesn't support, then that would be helpful to know at this point in time, even though it's a plan. Would allow us to plan more effectively for next year if council didn't support, for example, well, I won't choose one, but something that's in the big thing, let's say using tax stabilization reserve to help offset the RCMP contract. If you didn't support that, that would mean we would have to find, $550,000 of savings in the budget for 2022, and we would need to understand that and know that as we work towards 2022. Okay.
Okay.
Moving on.
So then moving on for 2023, some of the pressures are the same. Again, that RCMP contract pressure continues. The impact in 2023 is $432,000. We also did see the larger impact in fire staffing increases, which I have grouped just here in the bottom. And what we're proposing in 2023 is that we do a draw from the tax stabilization reserve of $625,000 to smooth out the impact of those two areas. And that is something we've been planning with the tax stabilization reserve for the last number of years, trying to build that reserve in anticipation of these uncontrollable expenses, in particular with our CMP, but also recognizing that our fire department staffing would need to increase over time, and that the tax impact on that is quite significant. We also see coming onto the books in 2023 the impact of taking debt for the new fire hall, and the debt servicing costs there are anticipated to be around $555,000. We will be going in detail on Tuesday through our funding strategy for the fire hall. So we'll talk more about this that particular item on Tuesday, but did want to flag for you that that's when we would see that hit the books. Again, impact in parks, this time on contracted services, dealing with trail life cycling. Again, based on studies of when work has to be done and put into the plan. You'll again see performance of $150,000. Again, that transfer to reserves per the long-term financial strategy, and then that other bucket, which does include the impact of fire staffing increases, as well as a number of other items. And then COLA, again at 1.3% until a new number is known. And that is the 2022-23 impact. Yes, Mayor Borman.
So just thinking about the RCMP contract increase, which we know is happening,
Mm-hmm.
and that will be spread over 2 years. Is that what you're saying? I mean, in invoicing from RCMP, is that a one-time or a two?
No, that is that's the new cost to us for the contract. And so we will continue to see, and Mr. Irwin, help me out if I'm explaining this incorrectly, but our costs are going up and are likely to continue to adjust over the years.
Yes, there's two things. The effect on 21 is the cost of the contract negotiations, or the accrual for that anyway, because they're not settled yet. And then 22-23 is that included plus going up to 90%. And it is a little bit of timing because their annual year is a little different than ours. So part of it is into 2023.
Okay.
I think the key thing there is that we shouldn't see that significant of an increase in 2024. It should then start to level off at the 90%. What we'll see in 22 and 23 is the impact of moving to that 90% split a bit over those 2 years. But then in 2024, it should level off.
Mm-hmm. Correct. And as was noted, we've been funding a reserve for the last couple of years to help us through that. And that specific funding, it finds it's within the tax stabilization reserve. Is that right?
That's correct.
Right. So in 2 or 3 years, or after that funding that we put aside for this purpose is spent, then the tax impact will have to go up to recognize that.
Correct.
Right. So in, let's say, 3 years, council will be looking at a relatively significant impact to the tax requirement to make that jump to the then current RCMP contract costs.
There is a smoothing that's being proposed, and I think Teresa intends to get to show you that a bit, but yes. Mm-hmm. Yeah, at some point there's a reckoning of it all coming together where we decrease this tax stabilization reserve support down to 0. Yeah.
Great. Okay, thanks.
Okay, I was going to move on to the COVID contingency and just walk through that for you. So based on the expenses we have had so far in 2020 and the anticipation, and again, these are our best guesses, the anticipation of what we're going to continue to be required to do on the COVID side, we've made an estimate. And that estimate is for $600,000. Now, I will just draw your attention to reminding you that as part of the interim budget approval, you did approve $300,000 for expenses for the first quarter of 2021. This $600,000 is for the balance of the year. And we do only draw from the tax stabilization what we actually use. So if for some reason we don't do one or all of these items or don't do them to the degree that we had anticipated, we just don't draw that money from the tax stabilization reserve. So I'll go through the big buckets for you and then we can have some discussion, but again, happy to answer questions as we go. On the salary, wages, and benefits.
Just before I lose track of this, so This $600,000, if it's approved, then the cumulative effect would be $900,000 in 2021 coming out of that reserve.
Correct.
Actually, there's an additional $1 million to support lost revenue, so it's 1.9 million.
Yeah, just for COVID contingency, I guess, COVID expenses would be 900,000. Yeah.
Right, which includes the 300 or whatever it was that we've already approved.
Right, and that was done primarily to support, again, some of these staffing initiatives where we've had to have extra staff, but also to support the enhanced outdoor amenity spaces. And then some support for the human resources team to be able to address some of their project work that they were unable to get to because of the COVID focus with layoffs, recalls, layoffs. Yeah.
Great, thanks very much.
Mm-hmm. So yeah, so that first incremental salary, wages, and benefits really it encompasses the whole organization. That's some support for the parks team for additional washroom cleaning, recreation support for additional monitoring, customer experience. And this does also include the weight room monitors that Sally spoke to earlier during the recreation department review. Facilities, we have increased cleaning and sanitization needs across the organization, across all of our facilities. Human resources support, which I spoke about just a moment ago. And then that small amount where we were able to get some additional help from our bylaw services team in Banff on the protective services side.
And
so again, these are.
You say, Therese, this is in tab 8, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Thanks, Lisa. Should be the last page of tab 8. We have built into this contingency an allowance for a potential Main Street closure. So again, we've estimated the cost. This is a placeholder within the COVID contingency. And we would be looking at some point for council to make a decision about whether you wish to have a Main Street closure or not. Again, we thought it was important while budgeting just to help you understand what the impact of that might be, but this in no way makes the decision that Main Street is closed. That is a decision of council, which you can make now. If you have enough information, we can bring you more information. You can make that decision as part of the budget approval on February 23rd, or that decision can be made after. Again, approving this contingency does not mean we will spend those funds unless that program is approved. We're just really capturing the costs. We will only draw from the tax stabilization those expenses that we actually incur.
So,
go ahead.
The intent then is to have council approve that $167,000 in the budget, just to have it in reserve, and then in a future time actually approve the closure.
Yes, and that could happen in a couple of different ways. If council has enough information to give direction to administration now that you wish to have a Main Street closure, you could do that. We could do that next Thursday in a discussion, or you could also alternatively give us direction to bring back a recommendation with more information at a future date. So depending on your comfort level and what questions you have, we could approach it in any one of those ways.
Okay. So next Thursday is a finance committee meeting, right?
It is, yeah.
So finance committee can direct council to approve this, but you need a council meeting to actually approve it.
You need a council meeting to approve budget, yes. But the finance committee meeting can certainly make a recommendation to include this within the budget that gets presented to council for final approval.
Right.
Yeah.
And then in order to get the project moving, when council's asked, then council can support the Main Street closure, knowing that the funding's already in place if required.
Correct.
Thank you.
Okay, on the supply side, we're anticipating around $60,000 increase there for required additional cleaning and washroom supplies. Those estimates are based on the actual expenses that we've had so far this year. This is the next item in parklets and patios for $60,000 is an estimate of an expansion of the parklet program and the waiving of in-street patio fees, again, in recognition of COVID. So that wouldn't be an ongoing waiving of fees. It really is just intended for 2021.
And sorry, Therese, for interjecting again, but I would imagine that itself of waiving of fees would need a council motion as well. Just including it in the budget doesn't necessarily mean it's approved, I guess. Well, we can talk about that. I think the intent is to be as transparent as possible of what we're putting in this contingency. Mm-hmm. But typically those are fees that we charge, and in 2020 were waived. And so if council intended to waive those again, I would imagine we would want a specific motion around that.
Okay,
we would need a motion. Those are in the master fee schedule that's approved by council as a planning fee. So we would need a motion for that.
Okay, great.
Mm-hmm. We then have an allowance for further lost revenue. So this is outside of what we've identified in recreation. There are a couple of other areas that have been impacted. We have a bit of less fine revenue, really much more minor. The significant item of recreation revenue has been addressed in the operating budget. On the signage and advertising side, it is expected that much of the signage from 2020 can continue to be used, but as signs get damaged or if new orders or requirements are put forward, we may need to supplement our existing signs with new signs. And that's across communications, recreation, streets and roads, parks. It's really addressing that for the organization. We're expecting increased cleaning costs on the contract cleaning side of about $14,000, where we have contracted cleaning of some of our town facilities. And then finally, another $14,000 in personal protective equipment, which would be things like masks, gloves, and special equipment required to clean some of our washrooms. You'll recall last spring, we had to have full suits to help keep our staff safe as they were cleaning with a particular material. So this really covers those things that are above our normal, outside of our normal personal protective equipment requirements.
Councillor Comfort?
I just wondered, would that include the masks that we gave away at the Civic Center, for example, for anyone who was looking for them and that sort of thing?
Those masks, I believe, came from the province. And so, yeah, we didn't have to purchase those masks. We're just the flow through to give them out to the public. This would be for masks for our own staff to wear.
Councillor Sanford?
Thank you. I think I missed the part where you said, which parklet were we talking about expanding?
It's the parklet and in-street patio program on Main Street.
Oh, okay.
So it would be the fees for, we would be proposing here waiving the fees for those patios, in-street patios and parklets.
Oh, okay. So there wasn't a particular parklet. I thought there was.
No.
Oh, okay. So
again, just going on our actual fees that were waived this year, making an assumption of what that might look like for 2021.
Okay, thanks.
Mm-hmm. Any other questions on the COVID contingency? Okay, so again, council had directed that this COVID contingency be funded outside of the budget. It has to live somewhere. And so the mechanics of doing that were to include this expense in general municipal, which I reviewed first thing this morning, and then offsetting it with the draw from the tax stabilization. So the tax impact is zero. And so that has essentially allowed us to have these expenses occur outside of the budget, but still be accountable and transparent about them. So then I wanted to just move on to a review of the tax stabilization reserve. And so we are anticipating our ending balance of that reserve for 2020 to be just over $6.4 million. We are starting this budget cycle with a healthy reserve in this balance. And in large part, that's due to Council's direction to transfer the bulk of our most funding into this reserve to be able to support these ongoing COVID expenses that we're seeing. So again, the COVID expenses for the first quarter of 2021, which you had previously approved as part of the interim budget, would show as a draw of $300,000. Then the net recreation revenue loss that we are proposing to offset from tax stabilization is $1 million. Again, we reviewed Tuesday, not yesterday, that we are expecting revenue losses in recreation just over $1.3 million, but there are some corresponding savings in expenses. And so what we're suggesting here is that net difference is what we offset with the tax stabilization reserve. In 2021 as well, we have this $600,000 COVID contingency that I just reviewed. And then we'd identified in 2022, $550,000 draw to help smooth the impact of the RCMP contract and peak staffing. And in 2023, an additional $625,000 for that same reason. And that brings us at the end of 2023 to an estimated just over $3.3 million balance in that tax stabilization reserve. So I did have, I had sent to all of council a letter that we had received from Canmore Community Housing, and they have requested that the town provide some of our most, which was the municipal operating support transfer funding, to help them offset some loss in rental revenue that they had earlier in the year. The MOST program does allow for a municipality to support its housing management body. So in our case, Canmore Community Housing. And the purpose of the request is to reimburse Canmore Community Housing for rent reductions that they provided in April, May, and June that were 25%, 20%, and 15% respectively. And they really were trying to work with their tenants to alleviate financial hardships that their tenants were experiencing as a result of job loss and reduced hours during the initial stages of the pandemic. The way that Canmore Community Housing was able to manage to make that work in the short term was participating in a loan deferral with the Bow Valley Credit Union that they have on 2 mortgage loans, but that is a deferral only, and that those loan payments have to be made in the future, and that is why they're seeking this approval from council to help offset that lost rental revenue so they can get back on track then with those mortgage payments and have no net loss as a result of the reductions that they provided. And so that amount is just over $44,000. And I just wanted to highlight it here in the context of the tax stabilization reserve. That's where we would recommend funding it from, given that's where we put, where we had deposited our most funding. And so I'm happy to answer questions about this piece, either the Canmore Community Housing request or any other questions you have on the tax stabilization.
Mayor Borman?
Yeah, just for more background, I raised this question with admin and then with Dougal at CCHC after we'd seen the final information from the province on what that most funding could be, how it could be directed, and it was clear that we could direct it to the Housing Corporation. And being aware that the corporation had extended that those rent reductions to all of the residents, I thought it was a good way of using some of the most funding. So that's how this was initiated, and certainly I'll support the request when it comes to that.
Councillor Sanford?
Thank you. And I think it's kind of similar to the most funding that was advanced to Rome Transit to increase because of the decrease in ridership to offset some of those losses in ridership costs.
It is similar. I guess the difference was that the transit money was directed to transit. There was an amount that we had to provide to transit, whereas this piece is discretionary. And again, we just wanted to show you in context of the tax stabilization reserve to really say that the reserve balance is healthy, and so really would be something that you could consider.
Good, thanks.
So in anticipation of that, we did prepare a motion that the Finance Committee direct administration to transfer. And this is the precise amount, $44,092.03 from the Tax Stabilization Reserve to Canmore Community Housing per the request dated November 17th, 2020, which is the letter I had forwarded to you. So I don't know if there's any, again, questions or discussion or debate about that.
So is that motion on the table?
Yes. I don't know if I'm allowed to do that, so I float that there for you.
You could move it, Mayor Borrowman.
I will then, yeah, and speak to it as well. And well, I just spoke to it, but clearly it's an allowable use of the most funding, and given the benefit that accrued to the many rental residents of CCHC property or CCH property, I think this is quite a reasonable motion to support. So yeah, supporting the motion.
Councillor Comfort?
I believe Ms. Rogers said that the most funding went into the tax stabilization fund. Is that correct?
Yes.
But given that fact as well, I would also support this motion.
Yeah, and I would just add that we did receive this letter some time ago, as it's noted here, November 17th, but it had indicated to CCH that council, it was important that council see the full scope of the draws that we were going to need to take from the tax stabilization reserve before you address this. So that's why we're bringing it to you as part of this process rather than back in November. Just for context. Councillor Sanford?
Yes, thank you. And I too would support this motion. CCH acted very quickly at the outset of the pandemic to help the people that needed the help. And I think it's a good time to repay that. So I would be very happy to support it.
Okay, is there any other discussion on the motion? Seeing none, I will call the question on it then. Those in favor? And opposed? No, everybody's in favor, so it's carried unanimously. Was there more from your perspective, Ms. Rogers?
I have one final item, but I think a very quick one, and that is about partners and affiliates. And you'll find in section 6 of your binders all of the information we received from our partners and affiliates. And I really today just wanted to show you the high level summary. The direction provided to partners and affiliates really mirrored the direction that we had provided to managers in indicating that this budget represents the impacts of COVID, our status quo business, and then we've incorporated council's priorities. And we had really great response from our partners and affiliates who have maintained their budget asks for 2021. We have a couple of very minor inflationary increases just from a couple of our partners and affiliates, and a slight reduction from the library. And so you'll see the difference is minimal from year to year. So I wasn't planning to review each partner and affiliate budget given where we ended up with their requests. I'm not the best one to answer questions if there are, but certainly we can reach out to anyone if you did have any questions about a particular partner or affiliate.
And you'll recall from budget and finance meetings past, we did have a time where we would dedicate an entire day to having our affiliate partners come and present their budgets. We've moved from that process to having our affiliates come throughout the year to focus on their programming and some of their services that they provide. But as Therese just mentioned, if there was the desire to have a presentation from any of these partners on their budget ask specifically, then we could have them come at a later date to do that. Or we could forward any questions you might have regarding their budget to them and get those answers from them. So I'm not sure if folks have had the chance to review it's quite a thick package. You know, it focuses a lot on the services that are delivered, not the numbers. So on the value that these organizations provide to the community. And certainly been identified in the past that there's great value that comes from our partners. So the fact that they've held their budgets in line with something that we saw is quite supportable.
If I could just clarify as well, the community monitoring report will no longer go to the biosphere. We are still budgeting for it, but council might remember that they indicated they can no longer provide that service. So we have sent out a contract or done an RFP and are working with a contractor, and we'll be talking with council about that in February. But that money is the numbers are right, it's just no longer a biosphere project.
I'm just wondering, Ms. Cottle, then have we communicated that to the biosphere?
Well, the biosphere communicated it to us. So I feel like they're well aware of it.
Yeah, okay. I would just look to their submission and if it's included.
Yeah, we can make sure, but they are the ones who indicated to us that they could no longer provide that service. So we'll make sure that that loop is closed.
Mm-hmm. Councillor Hillstead?
Yeah, I was just going to say that if you look at their submission, they just have core activities, sustainable action cam, more and wild smart. And I was going to ask why the other one was still there. But then Ms. Cottle told us why, so didn't have to ask. So, but yeah, it looks like they were only asking for those three things and not talking about I know they do mention it in the report about having a slightly different one, like more just focuses on wildlife like they used to, as the monitoring report has now grown much larger. So I know they do reference it, but I didn't see any numbers attached to asking for funding. It was more of a future thought from what I recall.
Okay, thank you. Yes, Councillor Sanford?
Thank you. Do we know how much of our budget actually goes to partners and affiliates? What percentage?
I would think my phone of friends in the background could calculate that for us. Either Chelsea or Rick. Yeah.
Is that the total 4 million something at the bottom of the page?
Yep. 4.589 million of a
3.48 funded from taxes.
0.48.
Yeah, it's detailed on the bottom there.
I guess what percentage of our total
Of the total budget?
Total budget or total taxes?
Councillor Sanford, is that what you were looking for? The percentage of our total budget?
The total budget, yeah. Mm-hmm.
What page are you on?
Well, I don't have it. We were just looking at Teresa's.
Page one, it's on page 1 of 220 on your section 6. So it's just immediately following the table of contents in the partner and affiliate section 6 of the binder.
So if you look at our total budget, which is on page 1 of 57 in tab 4, our total budget for 2021 is $57.7 million. And the total affiliate or partner budget is 4.6. So if you take 4.6 divided by 57.7, it's about 0.8%. 8% of our budget.
8%.
8%.
Yep.
Yeah, and that's an interesting thing to put into context because that's a lot of That's a lot of work and value that we get from that money that's distributed to those organizations. And some of it is CCH transfer as well, or levy. Is that the specific levy that's talked about in here? All right, okay, the separate tax levies of 1.035. What are the separate tax levies?
That's Bow Valley Regional Housing
Oh, okay.
And BIA.
and BIA.
Oh, okay. All right, it's not what I thought. So, okay, thanks for explaining that. Okay, thank you.
Okay, are there any other questions or
Any discussion? That does conclude the formal presentations for today. We do have time if there are questions you wanted to circle back to or things you can give us a heads up about that you'd like more information on for next week. We have some time this afternoon for discussion and debate, and then we have set aside all of Thursday morning next week for that purpose as well. So if you want to have some time for this to sit with you and digest, know that there is next Thursday morning to be able to do that. Mayor Borman.
Just to clarify that question around the biosphere funding. So the chart on page 1 of tab 6 would be amended to remove that 20,000 for the monitoring report. Is that what I understand?
well, we would have to keep that $20,000 in the budget, but it would not go to the biosphere, is what I heard Ms. Cottle saying. Is that
That's correct. It's should no longer be considered as affiliate funding. It's going to a contractor.
Right.
So
And
we
small,
still need the money, but it does not go to affiliate.
But just for the sake of following the bouncing ball in the future, that $20,000 wouldn't then show up in the partner and affiliate summary.
Correct.
Right.
Yeah, we'll fix that for the final.
Okay, Councillor.
Package. Yeah.
But then you would have to budget for that in some other place, right? Like right now it's in the budget here, but it's not anywhere else in the budget. So
it can, I believe, stay in the same spot in the budget. It's just how we show in our report to council where it lives.
okay, great.
Yeah, it's just on this page. The number is in community social development. So
right,
we just take it off this page.
For comparative purposes, it's still showing there, and sorry, I think that's led to more confusion than it intended. We still need that amount of money. It will just no longer show on the affiliates page. This is just a summary to see at a glance everything that's included for our partners and affiliates. So it will remain in the budget. It will just come off this affiliates sheet, if that helps.
Yeah, that's all I was asking. Thanks.
Perfect.
Okay, Councillor Seeley.
Yeah, I'm just wondering about the summer closure for CRC, the 5 months, the 5-month period. There might be an extension of ICE to get in seasons and things like that. Has there been any thought about that, or is that all in? So we've had to postpone a lot of usage right now, so I think we'll probably cut on the other side of that. Does it still work with the 4 and 5 month closures?
Does this relate to the partner and affiliate budget we're talking about?
No, it doesn't. I thought we were just going over everything right now.
We opened up the discussion to any other questions council had. Yeah, so I think Ms. Smithers, did you want to speak to that?
Yeah, sure. I was just going to say there are a lot of opportunities and possibilities in responding to closures or lifting of closures. The challenge right now is we don't know what we don't know. So I would say, yes, the possibility is there. Can I articulate what it looks like? Nope, because I need more context. So I think as we come out of the pandemic closures and restrictions and guidelines at each stage, we need to make sure that we're thoughtful about reopenings or new possibilities that we can accommodate within our budget, and that also respect the needs and wants of our community. So
okay, good. And I do
Yeah,
appreciate.
nothing's off the table,
usage.
but we have.
Other usage could
restrictions.
also be possible in summer months and everything. So I appreciate that too. So there are some opportunities. Good. Okay.
Yeah, and just on that note, since Councillor Seeley, you raised it, there may be some questions from council about the next phase of reopening. And as you know, when the province went into this latest phase, they had said the earliest they would ease any restrictions is January 11th, which is on Monday. So I participated in a call earlier this week with the medical officer of health. She was giving no indication that they were looking to ease those restrictions anytime soon, but she could not speak with any certainty. So I can't speak with any certainty, but if I was a betting person, I would say we will not see any restrictions ease as early as January 11th. And even when they do, I know Ms. Smithers and others have repeatedly said it's not like we can turn on a switch and bring those facilities back online in 24 hours or the next day. It takes time to recall staff, to retrain staff, to plan for and have those facilities reopen. So that is something we are planning for. Councillor Sanford?
Thanks for that.
I think I read it at lunchtime that they're making an announcement today at 4 p.m. to update us on.
Okay, that's news
So
I had
updated today, and you're probably right on track with what they might be saying. So.
Okay.
So a real live example of we don't know what we don't know.
Yeah. Yeah. And certainly when you look to Quebec and potentially Ontario implementing curfews, yeah, it's hard to imagine Alberta opening up, but yeah, don't know what we don't know. Any other thoughts about any of the other pieces of the budget? Yes, Councillor Comfort, sorry.
I just wondered, could I ask something about solar power projects at this point?
We will be talking about capital projects next Tuesday. But if it's something pertinent to operating budgets, or I don't know.
I'm not exactly sure. I know that we changed things, and Ms. Smithers had spoken to this, where they changed it to the CRC project from the 3 smaller projects. And I think Mayor Barman made reference to in his remarks that these were still worthwhile projects. And I just wondered, I guess I would like some information, and it doesn't have to be right now, about how we decide which projects, like, is it an ROI thing that would makes us our decision for us, or long-term savings on power, that sort of thing. I'm unclear as to how we make the decision that 3 smaller projects are not viable next to the big single project.
So I can speak to that. I had to turn off my video because I can't find a spot where I can get out of the sun and still face the computer. Speaking of solar, anyways, it really is about a cost benefit. When we took a look at the initial assessment we had from the work that had been done on those 3 smaller buildings, when we looked at the cost of reinforcing the roof, when we looked at the size of the panels that the roofs could accommodate given the weight of the panel, it was just a far more beneficial approach to proceed with that first phase of the recreation center. We know the roof can already accommodate the panels. We can use larger panels. The rec center, as I said at the meeting, is have a higher consumption of energy than those smaller buildings do combined. And the benefits that we would find in the energy savings would accrue directly to the town rather than our tenants. So from a cost benefit approach, it made far more sense to proceed with the rec center at this time.
And I have some other questions. Could I just send you an email with them? It's sort of to do with, I think it's a bit more technical.
Absolutely.
Okay, great. I'll do that. Thanks.
Okay, thank you.
I'll just add in on that, Councillor Comfort. The council made that decision to approve the CRC project and remove the other 3 ones, but in that discussion, we identified the possibility of at the Finance Committee discussions rethinking or at least thinking about adding 3 smaller projects back in. But that would, as Ms. DeSoto said, that would fit under the capital project discussion next week.
Correct. Okay.
Can I ask a general sort of a question? So next week we'll be looking at the capital budget for 2021 and on. What's the rest of the agenda schedule look like moving out? How do you see this getting to the final decision point?
So capital review is on Tuesday, and that will be much like in the past. We'll give you a high level overview and then go through project by project. And then we had set aside next Thursday as an opportunity for Finance Committee to bring forward any changes, recommendations, items that you would like to see either taken out or put in. And then that would form the budget that we would bring back to council for approval on February 23rd. Oh, you're muted. Sorry, Mayor Borman.
February 23rd?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. So that report is due February 1st, and then it would be presented to council on February 23rd.
Right. So on the Thursday, then there'll be a motion. There'll be a motion asked of the Finance Committee to send direction to council.
Correct.
Right.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, and you know, as administration, I assume most of my admin colleagues have been noting where council had questions today and where you might want to focus debate. If it would be helpful, we could confirm some of that right now so that we can create a list of items that you might want to consider next Thursday, or you know, we can just, would that be helpful to go through right now? Or, I mean, we'll be adding to that as part of the capital budget discussion as well.
There were a few things questions that I raised or discussions we raised that admin had said, okay, you're taking note of that and we'll bring it back. So I wasn't making note of those issues, but I'll think about it.
Might be a good idea just to review what we all captured. Probably we didn't miss anything, but it's just a good opportunity to double check that.
That'd be good.
Okay. Therese, were you taking notes?
I have some. I was trying to capture those that would have a motion, and then where we had to just circle back with a bit more information. So just as a reminder, Finance Committee has approved the franchise fee allocation proposal as presented. You did that on Tuesday. And then today you approved this transfer from tax stabilization to Canmore Community Housing. I had made a note about Main Street closure that we'll be looking for direction from council on that. On Tuesday, we'll be asking you to approve the fire hall funding strategy. I made a note also about downtown parking, that council may wish to make provide us with different direction on paid parking in the downtown. Also to approve the addition of winter carnival events to the 2021 event plan. So the budget again is within that budget, but we just wanted to flag for you that was not in the original plan for 2021. Made a note about e-bikes in the bylaw budget. I don't know if that won't go anywhere. And then staffing in bylaw, potential interest in adding a full-time bylaw officer. I did capture possibly reducing the community policing funding to fund bylaw instead. I'm not sure if that's what you were suggesting, Councillor McCallum, but something around that may come back. And that's what I had on kind of the motion side from what I captured. Councillor McCallum.
Hi. So it's sort of related to making a list, but not. In the 2023 sort of list of budget pressures that we saw, or it's not the budget pressures of what we see happening in 2023, and I know that I came late. Was that meant to be an under 5% tax increase or under 6% tax increase?
5%, not under, but 5% was, I think you said
so
up to 5%.
Either my math is off or there's a number off, but I did the math twice and it came to 5.7.
Yeah, so so
it's not a cumulative list, it's just
no,
a list. Okay.
So there are savings in other areas that aren't captured on that list. We really just wanted to flag for you the big ticket impact items. It's not meant to add to 5%. Yeah.
All right. Okay.
So your math is very good.
Sure. Thanks.
The only one that I had that would require a motion either from Finance Committee or Council was around the patio parklet fees.
Oh yeah.
And I think the master fee schedule is something that the Finance Committee can approve. So that would be something that we would need the Finance Committee to approve.
Thank you.
Reduction in patio parklet fees.
I didn't add that one yet because I was still presenting. Thank you.
Sally or Whitney, were there others, or Rick or Chelsea? Councillor Sanford?
Thank you. I think Councillor McCallum raised this earlier about the housing coordinator and examining that cost.
So you're not being asked in this budget to approve that. It's just in the plan.
Okay.
It's in the 2022 plan. So what I have made a note of is that we need to have the housing evaluator conversation in 2021 in advance of the 2022 plan.
Okay.
But you won't be asked to be approving that as part of this budget.
Okay, great. Thanks.
Yeah, no, great. And then the one thing that I would add that didn't formally come up, but it was part of my presentation, is the grant for in the CSD department for the MAT program. And at the January Council will be getting an update on that project. We have already received that grant, so we might want to think about adding, I guess I need to think about it, and maybe Lisa, you and I could chat about it, but as long as we're having this conversation, I thought I'd lob it for council so it's not a surprise if we do bring it forward, would be to, once council gets an update at the committee of the whole on that program, and as long as there's council is comfortable with it, that we might be able to start releasing some of that grant to the organization who will be doing that work in advance of the budget approval. So anyway, I need to think a little bit about that more, but just wanted to put it on everybody's radar screen. That would be the only one I would add.
There are potentially some things that were not in the budget that council might want to revisit. Things like performance, positions in bylaw, positions in planning. I mean, we would look to you to raise those items. I think Sally did commit to bringing back some data on costing for positions in bylaw and what offset there might be in additional fine revenue.
Yes, I will have that for next week.
But yeah.
The two things that I've had in mind prior to this meeting to put on the table for discussion, that was one of them, and also the just for discussion at least, the possibility of funding the 3 smaller projects in 2021. So those have both been captured in that list that was just read out. I wondered if I could ask the people that have presented today just to share the presentations that we saw on the screen, so that I at least would like to have them in my binder. And perhaps if you could formalize that list that you just verbalized of what you heard and share that in an email or something, then I'll be able to think if there's anything else on my mind. Thanks.
And there may be others that come up through the capital discussion next week as well.
Just to clarify, Mayor Borman, you'd like a printed copy of the presentations from today?
No, just share them electronically.
Okay, yeah, I'll get Cheryl to do that this afternoon.
Great, thank you.
That's all that we had, Lisa. Mm-hmm.
Okay. There was reference to a BIA letter that might be coming in, and it did come in today, so we'll forward that out if we haven't already done so. And that might help to inform the conversation around the paid parking and Main Street closure.
It was shared, yep, we got it.
Okay. All right, well, if there's nothing else from anybody, then I will move to adjourn the Finance Committee meeting. Those in favor? That's carried, and we are adjourned. Thank you for your attention.